Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, LO, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Ah, good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out, I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath, all I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I.
We're free. I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. We're free, in love with life. With me, perfect night. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. I remember the time you said good things we heard, I said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its
keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, 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 love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. wish you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, LO, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep. The choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? said, could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If
Welcome one and all to the final day of week number 7 here in the LPL Summer Split. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox. And, buddy, it's our last cast of the regular season, barring any changes in the regular split schedule. It's going to be a banger. We got some fun ones ahead of us. You excited?
I mean, I am, but I feel like we're getting scammed here, right? Yeah, it's definitely late in the season. Don't get me wrong. There isn't too much left. But our last cast together,
I
Mazel,
know.
what the...
And
What the
me
heck
and
is
Lyrics
that?
was last night. It's me and Dagda for the rest of the split, riding off into the sunset together.
That's the duo, I guess. You know, look, if you prefer Dagda to me, you could have just said. I'm gonna be honest, Mazel.
I don't have any pull on the schedule. I just yell at video games. They tell me to. But
Yeah, whatever you say, dude.
Speaking of video games that we like to yell at, LPL did have some games yesterday. It was an extremely long night, but I hope you sat in, buckled in, ready to go for the whole night because it was a fun one. We started off with a tight bout between IG and WE where IG came out victorious 2-1. Then JDG handled business how they handle business with a 2-1 victory over BLG. And we got the match of the week, which a 2-1 victory to RNG. Man, interestingly enough.
I mean, I feel like that first one was pretty important just because of the fact that, like, this is one of the few opportunities for WE to get a win. They still are yet to play LGD. I feel like if they don't beat LGD, they're probably not going to get a win this split. It's actually feeling like it's going that direction. So a rough loss for them, but it was close. JDG always got 3 games. What can we say? BLG still working through some kinks. And now JDG will be in first off that. But that third series, if you didn't catch yesterday, that third series is definitely one to watch. An absolute special of the LPL game.
But in all actuality, we got to move to the rankings here. We're going to move to the standings because we do still have our 3 teams already locked into the playoffs. But that running from 4 to 10 is extremely tight. And I think anything at this point with 3 weeks left can happen.
Yeah, I mean, RNG haven't played as many games as some teams, so they're kind of, I feel like they're definitely at the front of the pack. But, you look, 2 teams, 7-4, EDG on 7 wins as well, 6-5-5, and then you look, TT on 4 wins just behind. There isn't much space. There isn't really a ton of wiggle room. And we often talk about 8 wins as usually being the cutoff for playoffs. So there are teams who are close in on that, but it's not a surefire thing. It's not guaranteed. And, if you start to drop games against teams close to you in the standing, it could have a really negative effect.
Absolutely could. And especially when you're looking at seeding, and especially when things are so tight, you got to start looking at game differentials. But we got to move on to today's games that we have in store. We'll have 2 best of 3s back to back. It'll be Top Esports continuing on their roll, trying to get to 11 series wins in a row over Ultra Prime. And then we have a closer matchup in OMG versus Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about how if you lose a series to a team close to you in the standings, like, bear in mind, if OMG win, they will bring themselves 6 wins, obviously keeping Weibo within touching distance. So really important matchup coming later on today for the standings.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But we got to dive into our first series of the night. It's Top Esports versus Ultra Prime. And we got to zoom in on Ultra Prime a little bit. We got to get a little bit of a 5-step plan, if you will, here, as we'll look at Ox's 5-step plans to make playoffs because there's some dicey situations ahead. I feel like, but you gotta find the right path.
We normally talk about 8 wins, being the cutoff for playoffs. So currently, Ultra Prime have 3 wins, and they have 6 matches left. We do some quick maths. That means they need to win 5 out of 6. So let's be optimistic. Let's say they beat IG. They beat TT, they beat WE, and they beat FPX, right? Those are that easier matches, I think everyone would agree. That still only puts them at 7 wins, Mazel, right? And you look at those other 2 series. There's today's series against Top Esports and the series against V5. And basically what I'm trying to sell you is if they don't beat Top Esports today, they kind of have to beat V5 to make 8 wins and put themselves in the best spot for playoffs. So
that's a hard choice. That's a hard dividing line. Who would you rather take the win over? Would you rather do it over V5 or would you rather try and attempt it over Top Esports?
I would rather obviously get it out the way now, so you have a bit a bit less weight on your shoulders. But also, as much as V5 did drop that series, other than against Weibo, they'd only dropped 2 other games. Like this is a team that was so consistently just smashing teams into the ground. I would not want to go into week 9 like, guys, we need to beat V5. I would much rather try. I mean, just bring it all out today. Do what they can against top esports. Obviously, you know, as much as I'm saying 8 wins is usually the magic number, it's not guaranteed. Even if they do lose to top esports on V5, they may still make playoffs. But we're talking about the plan. You plan for success, Marcel. You hope for the best. And then when the worst happens, you look to next year, I guess. But for the time being, I'm trying to emphasize, really important that they try and come out with a win today.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. I guess absolutely not have to, but would like to get it out of the way, as you said. But the thing is they're going against top esports. You already kind of beat around the bush with it, but at this point, I don't think anybody can stop the top. I mean, they are on a 10-win streak. They're looking to go to 11 here, and it is looking so indomitable when they take to the Rift here. And we're going to get to see some of those hype moments as we get to, you know, celebrate this team a little bit, because this is the first time we've gotten to talk about them since they locked the playoff slot.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a fact that not only do they have, you know, a great scoreline, they're up there with V5 and JDG, but the only series they have lost was that first one of the split against JDG. And since then, to not have dropped a game, 10-win streak, longest win streak in this season of the LPL, still going. And, you know, I struggle to see who's going to stop it. That is the question.
Yeah.
Who is going to be able to stop this win streak? Are we waiting until week 10 when they face V5 is the best chance? Are we going to get an upset before that? That is really what we're looking at, because I honestly feel like top esports, if V5 aren't able to stop them late in this week, if we don't get an upset, if Ultra Prime don't stop them today, we might just get top esports going 15-1, and that'd be a scary beast to face against going into playoffs.
I just think this team is starting to fire on all cylinders, and you're starting to see some of those crazy outplays. You know, the reason why Jackie Love has been so lauded in his career is because of tight moments like this and tight turnarounds for top esports. And you get to see bright, shining moments from the team in this, where they just seemingly pick apart some of the best teams in the LPL in these team fights.
Yeah, I love this one. You know, Tian kicking Angel back, the whole team kites backwards to turn onto him. They eliminate that threat, and they actually end up burning the kill as well. And now the Jackie Love has space. He can start to push forward, start to take over, even goes up to the Shy on this kill and takes him out. And like, that's the thing I want to hit on, is that this team is 10-1. It's, you know, when you face that many teams, you know you have to face some of the harder lineups. They beat Weibo, they beat RNG, they beat EDG. In this one, RNG, the MSI champions, who just had a banging series yesterday, managing to once again pretty much dismantle them. You see Mark saving Jackie Love from that Aurelia, and once more pushing forwards in the fight.
Don't worry about the Mega Death Rocket, because he turns it around at the end. But it's a
zoning ult.
Yeah, zoning ult. But it's again, the biggest point for me is you're just seeing such mechanical skill within these chaotic team fights. And here we get to see their fight against EDG at the Baron, where everything kind of turned on its head for them.
Yeah, it seems like a consistent theme for EDG. The Baron gets in on the head, but, you know, we're focusing on top esports right now, and you can obviously see Cleanup comes in, and that was game 3 going on to win that series. It feels like, you know, V5 is the final boss they're looking forward to, but I feel like top esports do get tested in individual series. It's not like V5 where there's a lot of 2-0s. They do drop games, and there is moments where you're like, maybe we could see it. Like OMG took a game of them. Obviously, we saw them go to 3 against the likes of EDG, RNG. So I feel like they can't rest on their laurels and just assume Ultra Prime are going to roll over.
Yeah, exactly. It's about finishing and hammering home these last couple weeks here in the LPL. But I'm excited because I didn't know we had a special cinematic preview here on Sunday night in the LPL, because there's a showing of Top Laner 2 Judgment Day, Ox. And it's going to be a fun showing because it's Wayward versus Zoom in the top lane.
Yeah, so, you know, if anyone has got the reference, Terminator 2, obviously the T1000, it's the new model, it's the replacement, right? And they end up doing battle, and that's what I'm hitting on here. Wayward was the replacement for Zoom, brought up onto top esports as a rookie onto the lineup when Zoom originally was going to be the person playing for them last split. And obviously Wayward has done fantastically, but I want to hit on the stats. If you look at them, right, a lot of lane in stats here, CSD, goal difference, XP difference. Both of these two very close, right? 10th, 9th, 9th, 8th, 10th, 10th. Very close in that regard. In champion pools, you know, I'm highlighting the most played champions, Gwen, Sejuani, for both of them. And obviously, you know, they do both play Gangplank and Gnar, but it was kind of just highlighting what they had the most games on. But yeah, I expect you know, it may well come down to how the team play out the map. It may not necessarily come down to the 1v1, but I expect to see a battle in the 1v1.
And we get to see, you know, parts of Wayward's game where he realizes, you know, side lane pressure works in his favor on the Sejuani. He puts pressure on the Korean mid lane for OMG, gets a solo kill. But you see, you know, why top esports are willing to work around this top lane in Wayward, because he's able to back up fights a lot of the times that we've already talked about top esports are so good at taking.
100%. And I feel like, you know, on picks like the Gwen, can really take over the later stages. But the Ultra Prime as well, Zoom was a solid addition. I think a lot of people were very high in their estimations of Ultra Prime because of his addition, because of what he's been able to do for this roster. It did give them a solid lineup. You could see times when, you know, Hacker would play towards top and it would work well. It hasn't completely come to fruition, but there's moments, there's shining moments like this up against RNG, able to work together well with his jungler.
And that's where I guess I want to look at, obviously you're talking about some of the similarities in jungle pool, but Zoom himself has flexed a little bit more, right? He's willing to pull out the Swains, the Kales, things like that. So I'm really excited to see how the top laner meta develops in this one, because obviously we're expecting a bit of an underdog fight here for Ultra Prime against top esports. And I think that this top lane meta could be very interesting, especially when you're looking at how the junglers particularly come into it, right?
Absolutely. And I feel like, you know, Tien is someone who has had some inconsistencies, but recently has looked completely on form. Haka is someone who has definitely had some inconsistencies, but at his best can put on a pretty solid performance. So I'm hoping we see them both able to perform really well, and how they work with their teammates is going to be so important, right? Jungle is that role. It's about how you facilitate the members of your team and piece together the game plan.
So I guess I want to start turning our attention towards the draft when we were talking about some of those big picks, right? Obviously, for Tien, major comfort in the Viego. I think we've seen that be a statistical normalcy in the LPL, that pick. And I do wonder, you know, looking at Hacker, looking at some of the aggressive tendency he has, and how they're going to play around some of these potential win conditions here in this one.
Well, I feel like having, you know, it's going to be very much about the matchup. You know, Poppy has kind of emerged as this big pick in the jungle on the new patch. You know, as much as she didn't really get changed, a lot of people let into her. And I feel like Poppy does well into a lot of the picks that we could see Hacker wanting to go for. So you can see that 80 picked up. But actually, if you look what's come out, Wukong and Lee Sin banned away, so very much targeting the jungle pool away from Hacker.
Why they gotta do this? Why they gotta focus Hacker? Come on. I mean, Hacker has been a driving force for Ultra Prime in terms of getting their early advantages. He does bite off a little bit more than he can chew sometimes. He does get caught out, and that's where you're looking to the mid lane to kind of support that. You're looking to the solo lanes to kind of support that. But man, they just come out the gate and ban 2 champions against some of those aggressive potential setup champions. They do include the Renata in there, though, in their first phase of bans. And Ultra Prime on the red side has to ban away the Zeri. And now the Ahri that's coming to, you know, high priority now. And we're waiting on the final ban here in the first phase.
Yeah, still a lot left available, honestly. Not too many 80 carry bans. Normally see things like Callista. But Viego going to get taken off the cards. So a lot of the big 3 junglers taken away. Poppy obviously still there in high prio. But Silas, Knight Silas, left open and available. Nara is still an option. But Talia is something we've seen risen massively on the patch. This was already strong prior to the buff she got in 12-13. It was already seeing fantastic performances from Knight and Rookie, but it is one of the premier mids on this new patch.
And you remember that like play, right? Like,
Poppy's gonna lock it in.
Everybody
I remember
that play. I hope everybody remembers. If you don't, I believe I forget exactly what week it is. I could look it up, but it's in one of the top plays of the week, because this man Knight sure does know how to handle the Talia. So very scary that they're just so confident and willing to first pick this pickup for top esports and Knight. We'll see what the answer is for Ultra Prime, though. They are hovering over the Azir. Obviously, you can pick a decent matchup in the Talia, or try to, and they opt into the Azir for Cryan.
Yeah, pick that can contest prio, and importantly, stay out of the range of Talia. Obviously, we've seen Desirs like to go in and shuffle. You just have to resist that urge going up against Talia. But now, in the jungle, you know, 3 bans already kind of makes me think it'll be a high priority. 80 carry could be the other thing you look to take up here, but I think Hacker wants to get his hands on something useful before the pool potentially gets pinched some more.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got to get something in at this point. You just look at like the amount of champions he's played, at least on stage, right? And obviously, everything behind the scenes and whatnot, but like he needs to get something stable and something that does have a little bit of that skirmishing power that we know Hacker likes to go for. So they do get the Xin Zhao. Now it feels like Top Esports have a bit of the, you know, choice of everything they would want. They go with the Gnar, which obviously has been like perma pick and ban pretty much now in the LPL, and Poppy still open, still available for TN, and it's locked in.
I think especially since you see there's not going to be a Salas on the enemy team, a lot more comfortable taking the Gnar. The Poppy to Leah, really strong combo in this patch. And like you look at what Ultra Prime has so far, Azir obviously doesn't really need to use his dash aggressively, but like you have a Xin Zhao, you have a Camille, you're into Poppy to Leah. This is the anti-dash combo, right? If you have mobility, if you like to have fun on League of Legends, you don't want to play against this duo. So I really like the pickup from Top Esports. I think they're in a comfortable spot so far. And now we go to the second rotation with no bot lane picks at all for either side coming in the first three, which is a bit of a rarity. Bear in mind, Ultra Prime have a bit of an advantage here because they will be able to pick up their AD carry first, and then they will also be able to counter pick support. Aphelios is still open and available. That's definitely one of the premier picks on the patch.
Just laughing because the ADCs are getting banned out. We got the Kog'Maw and the Draven ban against Jackie Love. I saw in some of those clips why there are some potential focuses towards Jackie Love himself. But Top Esports even respecting Elk with some of that aggression in the bot lane, as it will be the Kalista and the Lucian ban.
Yeah, so Aphelios is kind of a standout in this situation. Senna Tom is, or Senna Seraphine, you could take Senna here and that still be available. Siva is something that did obviously get that reweight coming in on this patch that we could see come out. Obviously doesn't have any dashes, but I think usually would expect to see Aphelios be the priority in this situation.
I would expect so. I mean, you have seen obviously Elk on the Aphelios does still play aggressive. The Gale Force is forward, the Flash is forward. It'll be safety though for Top Esports. They just feel so confident with this draft right now on the blue side. They just go ahead and get that Senatom Kench.
Yeah, and I think rather than take something like the Siva, I think Senatom makes sense because you need the range, right, into what Ultra Prime has. If you get too close to basically anyone in the composition, you're going to have a bit of a bad time. So Siva didn't really fit in here. But this is a problem because Ultra Prime on red side, you know, Top Esports have to commit both parts of the bot lane. If they knew they were playing into Lulu, they'd love to take Seraphine, for example, Senna Seraphine, but they have to blind, they take Tom Kench, and Ultra Prime respond with a really strong scaling bot lane with that Aphelios Lulu together. Now, I feel like Top Esports definitely had a massive advantage in the first three of the draft. I really like what they brought out there. 3 massive power picks in the patch, but I think at least Ultra Prime have given themselves a good bot lane matchup to lean on.
I still wonder though, because it definitely feels like you've got to get something rolling for Ultra Prime. And I know you were talking about the bot lane a little bit and some of the scaling aspect to it, but it looks at the top side of the map and it feels like you've got to have that proactivity. But against this Top Esports team who have picked such solid lanes, it feels like that's going to be really difficult. So where do you think, you know, Hacker will be looking at early on?
So I think ultimately, I feel like it's tricky to have like an easy laning gank because I feel like Talia is not the easiest target, you know, with the Unraveled Earth. Skirmish is going to be a bit tricky against the Poppy because you can interrupt your dash. Probably top lane is solid post 6. I think you can look there. Like if you have the Hextech Ultimatum, that's one of the things that we saw before when there was Camille into Gnar, is that like if you lean heavily into putting resources into that matchup, you can really pull out ahead. You can really find big advantages, but it needs an investment. And I think that'd probably be the best place.
Well, hey, I'm very excited to get this one off. Also, just to see if anybody can stop the top as we kick off our first series of the final day in week number 7 of the LPL Summer Split. It is Top Esports versus Ultra Prime. The Rift takes place in front of us, and it is, again, a highlight on where Hacker is going to get something going for Ultra Prime. We got to look at this top lane matchup in the cinematic universe that we've developed here, the Wayward Zoom arc. And I wonder how much volatility we will get up there as we can get some fun.
Yeah, just spamming the emotes coming out. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of banner, not too much coming back in return from Zoom. And something I do want to note that we didn't really get a chance to touch on is that very recently, only a couple of weeks ago, the support that we see for Ultra Prime, Meow New, has been brought up into the main roster. He was He's been on this lineup for quite some time, on E-Stars Academy before that, and then on Ultra Prime's Academy. And so, other than being brought up as a temp sub, this is him being brought up onto the main roster for a bit of a chance, because clearly Ultra Prime feel like they may be able to get something a bit more out of him.
Yeah.
Things have been a bit of a struggle recently.
But that's so interesting to me, right? We have seen him play the Renata already displayed one time, but I think that when you were looking at what Xiaoxi brought to Elk and kind of the synergy I felt like they had in lane, occasionally, I mean, sometimes it would, come back as a bit of a negative, but it's really interesting to see how they will adapt to the playstyle, right? They're going for the Enchanter style, where Xiaoxi was definitely hovering a lot more of the engage and initiation for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's just how potentially the draft panned out. Speaking of how things panned out, Tien looking to go potentially a bit aggressive.
It's an early level
bear in
2
mind.
gank.
Oh, this could be
They aren't
big.
even level 2 yet. He's got the advantage here. They're trying to get the CC down, but they don't get it. And Elk just throws the thumbs up, and a little bit of T-sip in from Meow Nu.
Yeah, so given a little bit of an opportunity there, one thing to note is that if Elk is caught by a root from the center, the W can follow from the Tom Kench. There is that threat, especially without the flash. And Tien doesn't really lose that much other than a bit of time from this play, because he had the vision from Knight provided. If we look towards the Raptors on Ultra Prime's side, ward was placed to cover any chance of Hacker moving across. It also meant they knew exactly where Hacker was, so Tien can go for this play without potentially risking his topside camps being stolen away.
I want to check in on this topside matchup, though, a little bit, as we're seeing Wayward beat down Zoom a bit and get that wave pushed in there. I guess really we're not going to get much influence from these top laners until we get to the late game, and especially the side lane. But we'll get influence in mid lane, and we'll return to that top lane question, as Cryan does get a little bit of presence from Tien. I guess we won't get to return to it. His Hacker's looking bottom lane. They want to dive this Senna Tom Kench early on. They're not level 3 just yet. I feel like this is a bit risky from Ultra Prime, but they want to try to do it. And Jackie Love goes down. First blood for Ultra Prime. Now TP will be committed to. Knight comes in. Abyssal dive not going to go through there. And that is actually a huge pickup for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, massive win there. Really well executed dive. And notice the Hacker didn't even initially burn the flash when he got rooted, just because he knew he didn't have the aggro. Walked out, did have the flash in the end, but Knight burning the TP. Look, mid lane, you can see Cryan gets a very nice reset timing off the back of this. So Ultra Prime, they get that first blood, they get advantages in mid lane as well, and we can see the execution, the polymorph coming out, the fact that Mianyu is the one tanking and then leaves tower range, and Hacker does, unfortunately, I think he gets tower aggro from in, I guess, but either way, he's able to just walk it off, use the flash, and get away from that one.
Pretty clean pickup there for Ultra Prime. Where we were saying, wanted to see Hacker getting involved early. He does so. Tien was actually the first one to get involved, but he didn't come up with anything. So Hacker's just sitting there saying nanny nanny boo boo. But it will be Tien responding with a little bit of invasion of his own. We'll be picking up some of Hacker's chicky nuggies, at least himself.
Yeah.
And Hacker will be finding him out maybe a little bit.
And bear in mind, this is something that Tien often likes to do, is to challenge for camps, look for invades, look for those angles. This was set up when Knight first moved in the enemy jungle. Put a little bit of vision down on the entrance, but also saw Hacker clearing the Raptors. Meant they had a timer on it, which means Tien can invade, steal away, and now they'll have that consistent timer as well later in the game if he wants to keep challenging and denying this camp. And it seems like such a little thing, just taking one camp, denying that away. But doing that consistently is how you build up an advantage and how you set Hacker behind.
Exactly. I think that's where we've seen the Poppy really be influential in the LPL, is a bit of pace of play with it. I do think that, with this dragon on the table here, it is a first dragon, Infernal Dragon, so it won't have the Infernal Soul, but Hacker is actually running straight to the pit, see if there's maybe any vision in there. But they're fighting over control ward in front of the dragon pit here, and Hacker gets the better of it. Tien wants to move in now, clear out their own, and they'll just trade off the 30 gold there. Knight actually getting a little bit more presence in mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Knight had prior just means you can't really comfortably go for this play. Knight manages to push in and is just going to be able to go for a reset for himself. The fact that Elk and Mianyu are moving up means they should be able to just take this dragon for themselves pretty freely. So Ultra Prime, they have that first blood. They're going to get that first dragon. Nice little advantages picked up by them in the early game so far. But it's still early days as of yet.
Ping's coming down from top esports with a bit of a help ping saying, oh man, the dragon. But TN going for the Krugs instead. We'll try to move in, get some vision game. We got a little bit of shenanigans bot lane. Mianyu has to flash after the root there. That's a nice little trade from Top Esports' bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately landing the CC onto the Lulu, and Ultra Prime couldn't really trade back in return because they knew TM was in the vicinity. They don't want to overcommit to any play and get punished. But now look at the bot lane. This is dive being set up. Knight has the wall. Tian can slam them into the side. They have to back away.
Tian walked all the way around the wall in blue buff, hoping to dodge out any wards. But because of the lack of presence on the map, they just back away anyways. Now Wayward needs to get a bit of more presence on the map here. Oh my god, they stuck around. Elk, he gets pushed back towards the rest of Top Esports, and Elk is in some trouble. Here comes the Weaver's Wall from Knight. Nice Emperor's Divide backs him off, though. Elk is still alive. They're all flashing forward. The seismic toss will not be enough. Seismic shove, rather. And it's Top Esports trying to commit, trying to get on the board, but they come up just short.
Yeah, the concept of the play, really good from Top Esports. The execution, very messed up, in all honesty. Look how many summoners been on the side of Top Esports. Everyone, apart from Mark, banning Flash. Obviously, Wayward, it was due to that gank. But yeah, messy execution. I love the concept of the play. They deny a lot away from this Aphelios, but mistakes were made. And Wayward, when we saw his Flash got burned, he jumped in to trade heavily with Zoom, which is why he had to burn his Flash out. But like, Hacker was level 4, and you can see Hacker, he landed the wind become lightning, but it's like, nah, I ain't going anywhere near this, nah. When Zoom was like 30% HP.
Yeah, there's not much you can do there. Rift Herald is on the board now, though, for both teams. We see both junglers up towards this top side of the map. With Ultra Prime picking up that first objective in the Dragon, I would expect TN to try to put more pressure around this Rift Herald and try to unlock a little bit of the, at least, relief that the Rift Herald would give in terms of plates, in terms of resources, to one of these laners, right? I expect Knight to get some more of these resources, even if we've seen Tien actually hovering bottom lane a little bit more. But Hacker beautifully utilizing the priority he has in his bottom lane and a little bit towards his mid lane to get that invade and get his own stolen chicky nuggies.
Yeah, answering back in return. There's obviously, as you said, Ken has that window to go for the Herald now. Oh, Jackie taking a lot of damage here. And look, Hacker is coming for the dive, but Mark is now level 6. This makes it significantly more difficult to find the dive.
And Jackie Love's got to be really close to level 6 as well. He's going to heal up so much, but is it enough? There's the Devour. Mianyu is going to just die to the tower shots. Jackie Love is still alive. Hacker's going to go. It's a 2-for-1. And here comes Mark to try to finish it off. Is this going to be absolute tragedy for Ultra Prime? He's got the gray health. He can't hit the tongue lick, and it's a thumbs up from Elk. Put a little bit of damage into that catfish, but it is tied up 2-2 now.
And this is the problem with trying to dive against Tom Kench post 6. It's a completely different game just with how powerful the ult is at denying that. And you can see the concept come out from Ultra Prime. Mianyu went for the polymorph. The polymorph meant that Mark couldn't eat Jackie Love, and their hope was to burst the center out before the CC ended. Obviously, that didn't work. Not even close. So we'll get the replay and see how it comes in. So Jackie Love initially getting chunked out pretty heavily here. Looks like he just overstepped. Took a bit too many autos from the turret and also the Calibrum. That sets him up to be low HP, which is why this play even comes to fruition. Hacker doing a good job to respond to it. But it's just such a difficult dive to pull off. And yeah, you can see the concept in play. Jackie Love low. Let's polymorph the Tom and try and burst Jackie Love. But Mark comes out of the polymorph too soon. And look at that shield. Look how big that shield is. It's ridiculous. They recently buffed Tom Kench. The shield, I think, is 650 at rank 1. There's no way. There's no way you're cutting through that like in short enough time to make that dive work. So Ultra Prime, the concept kind of made sense, but it was such a small window to execute, and they couldn't make it happen.
They're still looking for some proactive plays, though. They were setting up mid lane, but they don't find anything. I think this is at least a good look for Ultra Prime. Mianyu is still not level 6 yet. He doesn't have the wild growth. The Abyssal Dive connects, and he has to flash again. It's like off cooldown constantly. He has to throw up the little, please stop attacking me emote. And it will be Top Esports just emitting some more pressure through their bottom laners.
Yeah, but a good move from Top Esports, right? Banning that summoner once again, getting themselves presence around this dragon. They know Ultra Prime have the first one. They don't want to give it the second over to them now. They are looking for Cry in here.
Emperor's Divide back into the tower, but no tower shot will come through. There's the Keeper's Verdict, and both teams walk away hands-free.
Yep, nothing really to come of it. Hacker knocked away there. Herald is still in pocket of TN, but it looks like they might just start up the Dragon. They have Prio in the bot lane at the moment. Elk's trying to contest pretty heavily, though.
My Vigil back. Jackie Love almost goes down. Elk has Flash. If he could go in, he would burn it. I know he would. Meownu finally hit that level 6 mark. Does have Wild Growth as well. It's a bit of safety net for them. This top lane matchup, as we zoom into it, speaking of Zoom getting in some trouble, it's a bit of a CS gap right now in Wayward's favor.
Yeah, I mean, he's been having a great time in the matchup. Ultimately, you know, not much pressure has come out other than that one gank from Hacker, but it feels like in the 1v1 matchup, Wayward has just had the edge over the player he replaced, and now Jackie Love... I swear Jackie Love is just playing things so close to the wire.
Wait, Hacker gets the dragon, but he's dead right after. Wild Growth will buy a little bit of time, but Jackie Love gets the snipe at the Dawning Shadow. Meownu, you've had an interesting series of events thrown your way, and he'll go down just like his jungler. Top lane, we're getting a 1v1 between Zoom and Wayward. Zoom able to get a bit of trade back on the mini Gnar here, but he'll take some trading back himself.
And the big penalty, Ultra Prime get the second dragon, that's great, don't get me wrong. But the penalty is now, you know, your team off the map for a brief period. It means Top Esports can throw the Herald down bot lane if they so please. Looks like they're going to take some place for now and yet throw the Herald down. This might just be enough to take the entire tower. So this is one of the punishing things. Because you go for that dragon play, you give a window to Top Esports not only to take the kills, but to take a fantastic Herald off the back of it and push themselves to a pretty substantial lead. And we see the dragon actually goes down to 2 HP, I think I saw before. We'll check if I was correct in the replay. Yeah, 2 HP before it's secured. So down to the wire. But fortunately for Ultra Prime, Hacker does at least get the dragon.
That's actually crazy. Yeah, in those situations, you're just glad you came away with something. They get that early dragon stacking for themselves. The issue, as you said, though, we got to re-highlight. Now you're unlocking the Senatom Kench. They are going to commit back towards this bottom lane, and this could just also be a bit of a play for Top Esports because Ultra Prime are like, okay, you've left this bottom lane. You're not going to be here, right? But then they're going to send 4 members down here to punish Ultra Prime who don't have a tower. There's the Keeper's Verdict just to get a little bit of space on Elk, and Elk Moonlight Vigils, but he's just going to die. He has nothing left, and Knight picks up the kill. Top Esports on a roll.
And I just feel like Ultra Prime, the bot lane playing very disrespectful there, expecting not to be challenged. You have no tower, you can't push up that far, and Hacker is on the other side of the map. There's no reason for you to be in that position. And now Wayward could be in a bit of trouble.
He's taking some serious damage from Hacker here. Won't be taking too much more, though, as he backs away. Jackie Love is now in mid lane. Flash actually burned from Brad. No, Meownu, no! 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 Not again! Not again! Ah, this feels so bad. All right, Top Esports, I see you.
Yeah, they are just moving around as a unit. The fact that they have this Talia, who obviously wasn't present in the last play, but obviously a mid who can roam very effectively. The Poppy, you can just charge at targets with the extra movement speed from the W, from the chem tank that's been picked up already. It just means if you're slightly out of position, they're going to pick you off. At Top Esports, such a fantastic team at advancing the pace of the game, you know. They're not just sitting there waiting for the next objective. They keep challenging, keep looking for windows. And Hacker now, ultimate burns.
A little bit of a sticky predicament here. Hacker gets knocked into the wall of the tower, and he'll go down quickly to TN. Zoom trying to play a little hypey there. He has to flash out of that seismic shove. And Top Esports continue to roll down mid lane.
I just feel like the way Top Esports play out a game when they have a lead is just absolutely fantastic, and they are the most likely team to have a lead now.
Zoom knew he was there. It still went in. Feels bad, man. Timo, thumbs up. Good job, TN. He sets him up, and Top Esports knocks him down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say it, playing Camille into Poppy, really unfun. I mean, I remember traditionally Poppy was picked in the top lane as a counter to Camille just because you can shut down that mobility quite effectively, and you saw a very clear display of it there. Now we see Wayward pick up that top tower. 40 CS lead. Triforce already completed with boots as well. Tien is going to pick up the Herald. The gold lead over 6,000 already, and I mean, here's a replay. Yeah, spotted on a ward, and Zoom flashless still. I guess the game plan was, hey, we can jump on the Poppy, but Poppy has answers to that. That's the whole point of the champ.
Like, literally, the exact reason she has that ability. Like, but hey, it is what it is. Zoom's going to try to go on to Wayward up here in the top lane, but Wayward's about to have Meganar, so he'll continue to push in. We see everybody from top esports, besides Wayward, forming up around this Dragon Pit to stop some of that stacking that Ultra Prime has been doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one, I mean it, Mazel, the one saving grace for Ultra Prime is they have 2 dragons in pocket, so that will delay a bit. And you know, in fairness, their composition does have some decent scaling elements. I still heavily favor top esports, understandably. You know, I feel like any team with a 7k gold lead is going in a pretty good spot, but they'll have to look for windows, and it's on top esports to continue advancing the game. Herald in pocket for TN, but they don't even need it, honestly, for this tier 2.
They really don't. They could just press into Hacker. He has to use the Crescent Guard immediately here as well. And that's just the tier 2 tower going down to top esports. Bulk helps them as they keep in group. They now move to the Dragon Pit, and this will be the first Soul Dragon, at least, the Mountain Soul Dragon, going over to top esports. So they'll start their own stacking.
Yeah, and if they end up getting like multiple Mountain Dragons, the fact it's 6% armor magic resist each with a Poppy, it's going to be one tanky Yordle by the end of this. And also something to note, you'll see that Tian obviously didn't use his ult there. They want to look for the play on a Hacker. One of the big reasons Poppy came into the meta is because if you cancel the channel, you just let it run out. It goes to a 15-second cooldown, so still has that available. And Ultra Prime are posturing. They want to try and find something here.
Crying didn't even get
so
hit.
hard.
Crying didn't even get hit by the seismic shove, and he still took half his health and damage. Now the Rift Herald's coming out from Tien. They'll have more pressure on this tier 2, and they the entire time have had Wayward pushing top lane.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be real. I love when a team is behind trying to talk about, okay, how is this team gonna make this work? How are they gonna make this happen? I don't know. How are you supposed to engage on top esports when they have so many defensive tools?
Zoom is just caught, and here comes Tien to fall off. The CC is just perfectly layered onto Zoom, and I don't know. We brought up the conversation of the differences in top, but Wayward's going to be feeling real good after this first game, especially with the way the team has come to fight around him. And now they're onto the inhib towers in their top side of Ultra Prime's base. They'll get this one easily. I don't know if they'll get the inhib, though, as unless they land just a beautiful seismic shove, Hacker has to use his Crescent Guard and has to dash away. They won't get the inhib, but the pressure and the damage is done.
Zell, it's not even 20 minutes, and there's a 10k gold lead. And they have seven towers. They haven't even... Baron's not even on the map. And they've broken their base. Top esports are just refusing to let this game progress slowly. And Zoom here, I mean, they should have read that they were taking over. But once you get hit by some CC, what can you do there? It just is layered so effectively. And top esports, an absolute masterclass on why this team is on such a long win streak, why they are so threatening right now. And Baron's going to be up soon. It's going to be so difficult for Ultra Prime to move in and contest. And it just feels like, you know, how are you starting a fight? It's because if you're going to start a fight, it's Zoom or Hacker jumping in. But with this Poppy Talia duo, you just can't do it. And like, even if you somehow, maybe they're on cooldown, right? Maybe they use their tools. There's still the Tom Kench gobble. There's still the gobble to come in, and I just think it makes it so hard. So top esports kind of need to mess up here, but they are just looking to continue the pace, and L is lucky to be alive.
Yeah, he has to use the Gale Force out. And the thing about top esports, right, they just locked in a playoff berth with their last series against Rare Adam. But the thing is we were talking at the beginning of the day, you're right, game differential when we're getting closer to the end of the week does matter. The wins do matter, and it's nice to see a continuation of the dominance the top esports have had, because it feels like a point of pride at this point for the team to continue to dominate their opponents and continue to try to pick up these wins over the other opponents at that top 3 in V5 and JDG. They can say, where's your win streak? Where are you at? I mean, I know V5 is just ended, but come on.
And something I will say is that top esports, this is why they're such a threatening team right now, is because we saw in spring, right, Mazel, top esports being this super strong early game team. We saw it in playoffs. Even the MSI champions RNG couldn't match top esports early game, but it didn't matter because they just won mid to late. But I feel like the mid to late for top esports has improved so heavily. No longer do they just sort of meander around waiting until hopefully the enemy team runs into them. Now they are very effective at stacking waves, setting up opportunities to take towers. And this game is a perfect highlight of that new top esports, the top esports that looks like a very strong contender for the summer title.
And can I just say, there's a sense of, I was talking about pride earlier for Top Esports, but there's a sense of pride for TN too, who I feel like has had a real resurgence in his gameplay, and especially the way it seems like he's been tying the team together for Top Esports a lot more than some of those interesting series we were getting in spring, right? Some of the things that didn't necessarily work out for Top Esports. So I love to see the culmination of a lot of work in spring coming into summer and working out for them. But here as Top Esports just kind of feeling their way around the map, trying to figure out where they can put. It's like a game of Jenga at this point. What block is going to cause the tower to fall?
100%, and they're doing a good job of setting up the vision. They have unreal pick potential. If you're in a jungle, you can get slammed in the wall, you can get seismic shoved, all sorts of things can be painful. And they have the Umbral Glaive Center, fantastic for helping us sweep up the vision. Now, Top Esports are going to pick up the dragon because why not? At this point, when you're this far ahead, you should just stack up those extra dragons, and that does give a little bit of room for Ultra Prime to move over and try and contest some of the vision around this Baron. And ultimately, this is kind of on the Lulu here on Mianyu in trying to put down wards that won't get swept. That is the ultimate challenge when you're this far behind, is throwing down wards in not the best places necessarily for optimal vision, but where they won't get swept. You'll see Top Esports move over and they're all gone. So mission failed for Ultra Prime from Mianyu to try and get some of those wards down that will not get cleared, unfortunately.
It is so dark in that jungle there for Ultra Prime. The other issue is that it just feels like there's a ticking time bomb in the side lane with Wayward. Like, there is no way that Zoom is matching anybody. Hacker can't match anybody either. He's just outright dead. No, he gets out with the wild growth. Nice timing from Mianyu, but it will be a continuation onto Elk with a big Moonlight Vigil. It's a solo dragon from Wayward. It'll be the second dragon of the game for Top Esports. And there's pings onto the Baron now from top.
Yeah, Hacker's low, doesn't have the ultimate, he can't approach.
They're all going bot.
Top Esports will move over. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe the play was, we'll go for Dragon while Top Esports for the top side. But Top Esports grabbed the Dragon as well with this Hullbreaker Gnar from Wayward, which has been a menace in the side lanes. No. They wouldn't even get close. And now, Zoom's coming over. He's like, look, I'll try and jump on Wayward. And Wayward knows, you can't do it. You can't do anything to me.
It's a disaster. We'll see the next tackle. Yeah, Zoom is just throwing away his life at this point, trying to maybe be a distraction. We'll see a little bit of that fun. And the replacement has definitely gotten the upper hand in the first game of this series, and he's looking real good. Top Esports came in and dominated Ultra Prime. It'll be slow but sure, and Ultra Prime just retreating into their base right now. The thing for Top Esports, though, they need to push in these waves a little bit more if they want to do some of this inhib damage, but they don't. They're just going for fights. They don't care. I mean, now they do, but they were just going for fights.
They were looking for the kills, right? And obviously, they will have to have Night Reset, but he TPs in on the minion. The sustain from the center means they aren't even too pressed by this situation. Elk is getting a decent amount of damage off when he's able to, but he is rarely able to stand there and actually DPS. And look, where's Hacker?
Yep, he is actually surviving again. I mean, this is multiple times, but here comes Wayward to finish off the job. He might be in some trouble now himself, though. Big Emperor's divide from Cry, but he sets himself apart from the rest of his team, and Wayward survives through all of that with the help of Jackie Love, who now is feeling online on the Senna. The quick backs will come through, or try to. At least they did get one off. Now Zoom is following, but Zoom straight to his death again, and that's TP. It's a roundabout here, and Top Esports are just going around in circles and punching Ultra Prime in the face. This will be continuation of their dominant streak here. Top Esports will win game number 1 of our first best of 3 in the night.
Yeah, I mean, with that much of a lead, even when it feels like Top Esports may have possibly overstepped, they managed to bring it back. Wayward doesn't connect the ult at the end. Still popping what seems to be his new favorite emote with the little pig. And Top Esports with a very, very commanding victory. And a pretty intimidating one. If you're Ultra Prime and you've just been manhandled like that, it's hard to bounce back from.
It absolutely is. Even with some of those early, at least machinations we saw them working on, I think is the most interesting part to me. And it's going to feel real rough when there was just so much control that Top Esports had. And you could see kind of the upbeat attitude in the camera there for Top Esports at the end. And I just feel like it was everything you could ask for Top Esports, right? There was domination in every sense of the word. Some of those early fallings didn't really matter too much because, again, it all stemmed back to the confidence I felt just coming out of them in the draft, right? Because they just were insta-locking. They had a very stable composition at the top side of the map. They went to the send a Tom Kench because they were like, we're fine leaving this bot lane where it is. And they actually found advantages down there.
I didn't like the draft from Ultra Prime. I mean, the first 3, I think they fumbled so hard, it was almost irredeemable. I don't think the Lulu Aphelios was awful. I think it was fine, into the center Tom. It makes sense. But that first 3, like, your only engage is Camille Xin Zhao into Poppy Talia. It's just never conceptually going to work. Poppy is the current highest priority jungler on the new patch, right? And obviously, we've only had a little bit of time on 12-13, but Poppy is the highest priority jungler, Nara is the highest priority top, Talia is the highest priority mid. I would safely say I think these 3 are probably the best in each of their roles in the current patch. How are you letting top esports get all 3? And the thing is, like, I can understand it if it's like, okay, they got the best top jungle mid, but we took the best bot laners. But no, you also took top jungle mid. You also took the same roles in those first 3, but top esports just got the best champions, and you got, rough ones. Like, Azir's fine, but Xin Zhao definitely low on the totem pole. Camille is more of an answer to Nar than a great pick, and we didn't see it answered. Wayward, against the player he replaced, showing why. Dominating Zoom in that matchup, and Tiana Knight just had a fantastic game.
I mean, it wasn't even close in that top matchup either. I mean, the CS differential, the pressure differential, it was literally unanswerable in the side. And if they did, right, it was a tough task for Ultra Prime to do so. I want to say that obviously adaptation to the draft will help Ultra Prime. I think finding things that will feel confident, but as well as keeping that meta that you were talking about in mind a bit more, and not letting a team like Top Esports, who we've said is already at the top of the table, is already so ridiculously strong, get these incredibly meta picks and be able to pilot them so simply, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like you have to deny something. Like, if you even think about how the draft went, they saw Talia and they immediately answered with the Azir themselves. And then they picked the Zins out. They could have taken Poppy. They could have taken Nar. They could have taken those 2 immediately and then responded with mid on 3. They had that chance and they didn't take it. So I think Ultra Prime, if they come into game 2 with a much better draft, maybe they have more of a chance in this one.
Let's see if at least the second roadblock will be able to stop the train that Top Esports is on, because the first one got blown through like it was just plywood. We'll be right back after a short little break. Game 2 right after this.
They don't, and even Cryan having to go towards a much more defensive build, not going towards the Ilight's Crystal Scepter, in fact going towards the Zhonya's, so his power spike not going to be as potent. And TP comes in here from Zoom though, a scout, yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one here. Cryan should be able to check that brush, and they should, what? Oh my god, no, oh my god, they think he got out, with teleport or something, no way. That's absurd.
Now they're going to be looking to contest on this Drake. Ala try to keep up pressure with the Gnar bar stacking up, but Care has the Gnar opening up his own.
Yep, both Gnar should be available. They do jump here on the Gnar himself, and they are going to start to take him down before he gets into Mega. There's a good hostile takeover, but it was while the Moonlight Vigil was coming out, so LWX picks up the first kill as Care gets himself a second. They're jumping onto I1, he can make it a third. Lights in no man's land, and he cannot trade it back for Summit, and that's 4 kills for none. And that's going to be FBX, yes, losing the Dragon, but they'll gain so much more.
In this series, I'm going to say, Knight actually gets locked down. The Encore flushed away from him, but Knight still gets a return kill. The shielding massive too as Wayward comes in with a massive ulti onto Arky. A couple more blows to do it with the permacross. Ignite down, autos through. LNG move up as a 3-man unit, but Ming is here. He's running into 3 people. Now falls, Soulflare comes through as TP as well. Ming in the middle of everyone. The Glacial Prison saves his life as he flushes over the wall. And Xiaohu coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret, LNG have just been hand-stiffed as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Penta again, baby!
That is the problem. They need to find a solution for you. You see Aki walking around looking for a flank angle.
I mean, Jackie Love just walks into him with Gravitum. You think Jackie Love cares? He ults at melee range and takes him down. Aki, for the dreams of OMG, tried. But try as he might, he's now dead, and there's no smite available. The dredge line doesn't connect, and now in a 5 versus 4, the Shadow Dash doesn't connect. It's a cleanse from Jackie Love, actually, that was pixel perfect. And now the backline able finally starts spinning to winning as the bailout is used but not saved. And yes, they do get the drag, and all of a sudden, Abel looks good on Samira in this one fight.
Like hip-hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm knocking straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you guys to go or get knocked through a brick wall, all she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite, folks, bombing those. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out Joe's road with these tentacles. Everybody else grows so identical. I'm abominable, so contemptible. Yo, we won't sympathize with anyone. No, no, no. We're bold just like a rolling stone. Get blinded by how we love. Oh, we're rising up. Don't just stand in our way.
Yo, I'm unstoppable, like holding on to 6 infinity gems. George Perez with nasal congest, just get sick with the pen. And even impressed at the way we getting it in. That's what she said, yes, the limits of the shit. Keep you sitting on your biscuit, wouldn't wanna risk it. This is a mission on a small time thing. Attend special ed classes, but you get no pass, kid. Ass kick, take the L, simple as that. Unknown Rama, straight from hell, boy, don't catch. On fire, a pie, gasoline in a match. Wouldn't help you, best move 10 feet back. Off a 2-foot pier, no tears detached. For your rest to the ref cruise, let's use that as direct news. At you and set new stats, cause 10 more less than just dudes. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable?
下场对战 UP 的下路的话，他们辅助小 C 的话是比较喜欢带有钩子的英雄吧，然后杰克的话可能比较喜欢吃扣吧，然后我应该会挡在他的前面，然后去接扣。就这5场的话，我们应该就不骄不躁吧，然后去沉着冷静的去打好后面的比赛，然后尽量保持第一吧。
Welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Ox, I am Mazel, and we're going into the second game of our first series on the final day of week number 7. I gotta stop saying that because every time it hurts a little bit more. But Top Esports came out absolute swinging in game number 1 as they take a victory over Ultra Prime. And I believe, if I heard it correctly, TN on the Poppy will be taking the MVP.
I mean, Top Esports proving why they are called Top Esports. You know, they're on top, and Tian has had a pretty fantastic performance so far. Really, this split has been so much about him and what he's been able to do with the team. I find it kind of amazing as well, considering, like, I'm pretty sure at the moment Knight is leading in MVPs at 9. And so you have Knight on your team, and yet you are still tied in 3rd at 7. That is a difficult task to have, and honestly, I feel bad for the rest of the team because it's so hard to get MVPs on this lineup. But a fantastic performance from Tian here on this Poppy. This pick we've seen, you know, initially it was like a bit of a counter pick. Now it's just been picked for its raw strength, regardless. Often picked early in the draft, and Tian shown exactly why. Really punishing the side of Ultra Prime consistently with this one.
And what I love is with LPL junglers, you can just see the absolute big brainness going on, right? Like that moment where he knows the setup into the wall for Hacker is the killing blow right there. Just the movement to top lane, the speed that you get with a pick like that, and to culminate that with the rest of the team really following him up in a lot of the plays. It was a great sequence of events for Top Esports, at least in game number 1. But their train rolling straight on through. There's a potential second blockade in the way here for Ultra Prime. They're setting it up. They need all their Acme Dynamite. They need to get the Wily Coyote out of there because, you know, things don't go right when he's there. How do you come into this second game? They are subbing in Xiaoxi, so he will be replacing Miao Nu.
Okay.
Getting back to, you know, what they had been working on a lot throughout the season already. Do you see a difference in that pick alone, or do you see what they can kind of do to come into the second game?
I mean, I ultimately don't think Xiaoxi was the initial problem with this Ultra Prime roster. I honestly feel like in terms of players, this Ultra Prime roster's got a strong lineup. So, you know, Xiaoxi back in, I think that's fine. I don't think this team on paper is like one that has massive issues, but there's definitely some play issues we've seen. But the main thing in this game was the draft. I mean, I just think you gave over so many power picks, and then you set yourself up into, I hate saying this because I feel like there's, you know, there's often angles, and draft isn't everything. There's often like drafts that you can sort of find a way back in. But Ultra Prime's draft felt nigh on unplayable when they were behind, right? Like, how are you supposed to engage? The only form of engage is either Camille or Xin Zhao dive in, and you have the Unraveled Earth, you have the Steadfast Presence that can just block your dashes. And then you have the Tom Kenshi as well on top of that. It just looks so difficult. So Top Esports now on red side, which means they have a bit more of a burden to ban away things. But Ultra Prime, I mean, don't give so many power picks over. Take some yourself. That is the plan.
I will also say, find some stability in top lane. That the Wayward Zoom matchup cannot happen again the way it did in game number 1 if Ultra Prime wants to be successful anywhere on the map, it feels like, because of the amount of pressure that Top Esports utilizes from those top lane wins. But we are seeing Ultra Prime on blue side this time around. They will be banning out the Renata, the Silas against Knight, and the Ari against Knight. We'll see the main picks taken off the table for Top Esports are the Zeri, the Talia, and the Azir. So Wukong making it through here.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a lot of junglers open right now, so Ultra Prime could just leave it. Like, if you leave the Wukong and Top Esports take it, you can take Poppy. You know, if you take something like Lee Sin yourself, then Top Esports will take Poppy. You could just take Gnar first pick. I feel like would be a really solid one here. Because you obviously saw Zoom struggle in the matchup before. I feel like Gnar blind is such a hard one to deal. Top Esports take Poppy for sure here. I feel like this is kind of like the original reason you picked up Poppy was because Poppy was so good in a Lee Sin. I mean, they don't actually have to take it now. They have a bit of flexibility. They can leave it till later. Then they will just take the Gnar themselves. So Ultra Prime passing this one over. Yeah, I'm not gonna say I was too surprised with this one, Mazel.
All right. I got some Hopium Emporium that has bled over from yesterday into today. Okay, I'm gonna sell it to you real quick. All right, Hacker on Lee Sin. There you go. That's it. That's the reason why they picked this pick.
Okay, a lot of dashes on Lee Sin.
It's comfort. Okay, but my actual point is that it's comfort, right, for Hacker. It's something that we have seen him take.
But why do you need to first pick it,
but
right?
Yeah, I realize
why do you
that,
need to
right?
first pick
And
it,
I think
dude?
that's the most difficult thing for Ultra Prime here because it seems like they're drafting themselves into a serious corner, which we kind of saw them do in game number 1.
Yeah, and we see Zoom is now going for the gangplanks of the Camille because obviously didn't enjoy playing into Poppy, and also the matchup didn't go too well. Okay, then the Lissandra coming in for Cryan. So a pick that Cryan can make things happen on, a pick with agency. A lot of mids have been taken out of the pool ultimately, and also syncs very well with Elise Sin. I do like this potential Swain coming in from Knight, but we'll see what he opts to go for in the end. You're going to see a repeat of that first game if this is the case, where it's kind of like solo laners and jungle secured in the first 3, and bot lane gets left till later.
I would actually really like to see the Swain come through for another time, and it is going to be another iteration of the Knight Swain here, and that's a scary night indeed.
So, at least Top Esports don't have Talia this time, but they've ended up with a Nara and the Poppy again. So, I'm not exactly optimistic for Ultra Prime at this point. Let's see how the rest of the draft goes. Ultimately, there's still a lot of bot laners on the cards. Bear in mind, Top Esports are now in the position I feel like is stronger going to the second rotation, is that they get first pick. So if we ban away a lot of AD carries, they get first choice, and then they get counter pick in the support role.
Which I think in terms of what Top Esports are looking to set up for, I think it's super important for them. I do really wonder what Ultra Prime are going to be banning here, because I think there's still so much left on the table. And obviously we saw them banning away like the likes of Jackie Love's Draven last game and things like that, but they actually opted into the Tom Kench. That was such a nuisance in game number 1.
Yeah, and here's the difficulty is that if you ban away too many supports and not 80 carries, Top Esports could just take like Nautilus, for example. So, you know, I mean, Top Esports could honestly ban Braum here, and then Ultra Prime would have to ban Nautilus. And then you could kind of just have a lot of 80 carries left open and available. They will instead go for the Callista, and do Ultra Prime maybe ban the Draven here. I feel like you're less concerned about Senna with Tom not being there, because you don't really want to play Senna Seraphine when there's Lissandra Lee Sin mid jungle, and also you don't have that same flexibility. But Draven will come out as that ban. Not too many surprises there. Lucian Nami's open and available, so the plus side is this is still like a very strong bot lane, and a lot of the answers to it have been taken off the cards. The downside is as soon as you lock that Lucian in for Top Esports, everyone knows what the support pick is. So you lose that counter pick aspect of the matchup at least. But if you're confident that there is nothing left open to really hinder you, then why not?
So then what do you go into something like that? I mean, we have obviously been really far down on the totem pole with the ADC position, at least at this point. You still do have some mainstays like this Jinx that's getting hovered right now. Do you think there's anything out of left field that we could see out go?
I mean, the thing with Lucian Nami is that, like, you know, if they don't snowball, then you can kind of just like outmatch them later on. Like, often they need momentum. One item spike is a huge one. So they end up going for Xayah and Nautilus. I think Nautilus is fine. I think if you're playing a Lucian Nami, Nautilus provides that threat that if you like dash forward, you'll get locked down and killed. You have the layering with the Xayah as well, which is really strong. But it's still going to be a hard lane. If Jackie Love and Mark play this one effectively, they can just keep chunking out Elk and Chelsea. So I can understand the thought process, but ultimately this is not just going to come down to the 2v2. This is going to come down to Ultra Prime as a whole. You have a top lane who has a global ultimate. You have a very strong mid jungle in terms of setting up plays, leading to the sides. And you have a bot lane who needs all-ins. They need, like, Elk and Chelsea want the all-ins. Jackie Love and Mark want to just poke them out, burst them out, not give them a chance to respond. So if Ultra Prime can lean towards bot, which is what they did in spring, and make plays happen, that is the game plan. But if they mess that up, I think it's just over.
And we saw last game, at least from the blue side, TN's level 2 gank on bottom lane. I would expect a little bit more love given, at least this time around, to try and get that Lucian Nami ahead. And I guess I do want to harken back to last game and the differences that we can see in the top lane that will lead to Hacker having a little bit more strength there. But also the fact that and I hate to bring it up every single time, it feels like, but it's something that's important to me. The comfort that comes through, right? Xiaoxi getting subbed in does get his most played on the Nautilus. And again, we were talking about the difference that Xiaoxi brings to the table, and it is that forward aggression, that engage potential. And I think this is a moment to really step up to the table against a extremely powerful bottom lane that ran the table in last game specifically to try and show up in this one.
Yeah, and it's going to be on Chelsea because normally what happens is that like when a Lucian is trading on the Xayah is you'll never dash forwards, you'll dash to the side. And so you dash to the side, you trade heavily, and then you keep moving in that direction. So you never end up overstaying in the feathers. And as a result, Elk, you kind of need your Nautilus to lock down the Lucian so you can finish your pullback, get the all-in. So we'll be quite reliant. And I emphasized this before, Ultra Prime need the early game to go in their direction. They need to find that pressure. And I think it could start off in the mid lane. This is such a powerful mid jungle from Ultra Prime because you have the CC from Lissandra who can set it up easily with the claw, and then that means you have guaranteed Sonic Wave from the Lee Sin. So punish Knight, put him behind, get advantage in the mid jungle, and then lean that bot lane. That is the game plan for Ultra Prime.
See a little bit of vision game in the game plan here for Top Esports as TM puts down his early ward. Will be getting the back to get the scanner, come right back out. We'll have some vision as well on Ultra Prime's red buff, so they'll see Hacker's start of the jungle here. At least they'll know they're looking down here as the extra gold. Give it to Elk. I like it. A little bit of early bonus for Ultra Prime, which at this point I feel like you need everything you can get.
Yeah, experience as well. Often we see solo laners hang around for that experience from wards because that can make you hit level 2 on the first wave,
especially with the
have
Nautilus.
to clear an extra minion in the second.
Want to get that extra damage. Ooh, nice little lollipop there onto Jackie Love. But Xiaoxi, a warm welcome to the series there from Top Esports' bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem is that like level 1 is the best time to punish Lucian Nami because they don't have that full combo, a little bit weaker. You can see Jackie Love's gone the W, doesn't have his dash, doesn't have his Q. Problem is Xayah kind of sucks level 1. I'm gonna be real. Like all you can do is Q and just auto up it. You can't do your feather pullback. You're really waiting for level 2. They are finding some windows to trade, but look, Xiaoxi takes so much damage in return.
He does. Mark taking a decent amount himself, though. Again, level 2, not just yet for Elk. Doesn't have the blade collar to bring those feathers back, but Xiaoxi ever looking for that little bit of a lollipop on the dredge line to try to get Mark on the other side. We'll go into the minion there, which signals Jackie left to go forward and trade a heavy with the press the attack onto Elk.
Yeah, that's the problem. You hit your Q on a minion because you're trying to fish for one, and then immediately it's like you've just lost so much pressure.
Oh,
in lane.
come on, Tien. Come on, don't do this to your buddy Zoom. Come on. No, we will see. We'll see Wayward. Just watch as Tien tries to take down Zoom. One couple auto attacks, and that's 400 gold into the pocket of Top Esports Tien.
Yeah, and it's just good wave management from the side of Top Esports, setting that up for a gank opportunity, and in return, Hacker not really able to find anything. So positive, strong gank, and this has kind of been the Tien setting the pace in the jungle of this series now. We'll look at the state of the bot lane. No health potions available for Elk. Heal already burned. Any heavy trades that come in, you can see he's about 60% HP, will really set Ultra Prime's bot lane behind. Now, Hacker should just be able to pick up the scuttle on the bot side and at least provide some cover for his bot lane. They're actually potentially looking... No way Hacker can go for this. There's no way. Your bot lane is in too weak a position. He's just gonna he gets the information, but he's not going to make anything happen.
Yeah, I don't think there's much to be said there, much to be done. But again, I want to check back into at least a bit of stability that we're seeing, even with that first blood going over to Top Esports. A little bit of that, good movement from at least onto Ultra Prime to the top side of the map. I still think that you're not getting those necessarily early blowouts that we were getting in last game. I want to see how much priority we see.
There's still time.
Yeah, I was gonna say because Ultra Prime we're putting a heavy emphasis on the early dragon stacking. Last game we were talking about early proactivity for them, so that is another avenue. And you can see they're moving down towards this bottom lane. They have decent vision game already around this pit.
Yeah, you see Top Esports bot lane are pushing the wave and having reset. So Tien actually makes his way there to cover them, to allow them to get the crash. And it's really important because one of the things when you have a lane that
he's okay. Well, oh no. Luckily, I mean, even through all the chaos, luckily they get out TN on the pickup in the mid lane. But as you were saying,
yeah, as I was saying, one of the things with the Lucian Nami is they have better sustain than you, and they have a lot of poke. So the best time to sort of fight is when you just come back in the lane and you're full HP with all your potions. That is the time where you want to try and find the all-in before they've whittled you down. Now, Jam won't get anything from this situation. Did W late there, but should just be able to walk this one out.
If he didn't turn and run at that moment, he was in some trouble. Because you had Crying coming up from mid lane. You also had the back started from Wayward and completed. So didn't have much help up there on the top side of the map. But we'll see as Ultra Prime do reposition some vision around this bottom side and get the back off for Elk, get back onto the map. We won't have that super early Dragon contest. But again, no big leaky sieve so far for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, but ultimately Tian's been doing a lot for his laners and has fallen a bit behind in farm, especially those double scuttles being taken out. I love this from Hacker. This is so needed because your top laner has no flash. It's going to be a 2v2.
Though Tien level 4. See if he can get some damage onto Zoom. Wayward's about to get Meganar here. This is a tight 2v2. Tien in some trouble. He needs to get out of there now. Wayward does have Meganar, but Hacker and Zoom tanking up a storm here, and it turns out to just be a bit of a wet noodle fight 2v2.
Yeah, bit of a missed execution on the W from Tien, so didn't block the second use of the Q from the Lee Sin. But ultimately, this was an opportunity Tien always loves to capitalize on, is when he's been a summon in a lane, he comes back and he reestablishes and he looks to punish once more before that flash is available. The important thing is that Hacker tracked that instead of going bot and playing for the dragon, because I guarantee if he'd gone and got that dragon, Zoom would have just died. And he would have been in such a bad spot because the wave was in a horrible position. He instead comes top lane, does a bit of fighting, allows the crash to come in, and doesn't let his top laner bleed out. So really nice play from Hacker there, even if he doesn't get a kill.
And now they're moving both back towards the bottom lane. But speaking of the bottom lane, Jackie Love is in some trouble. They got the cannon barrage from top lane. Xiaoxi goes down first, though. Jackie Love gets the kill, immediately returned onto by Elk and Ultra Prime on the board.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot burnt there by Ultra Prime.
Don't do it, Elk. Don't do it, Elk.
Oh, no.
Don't do it, Elk. Okay, Tian waited a little bit there. Won't go for it.
Yeah, so ultimately, just because of the fact that the cannon barrage was banned from Ultra Prime, it is a bit unfortunate they have to ban that tool just to trade 1-for-1. But at the end of the day, Elk survives. He gets to push the wave in. They still manage to trade. And I think when you're against Lucian Nami, if you're trading kills, you're kind of happy with what Ultra Prime has. Now, Tian will get this and get out.
Neither of them had smite, so Hacker was just trying to come in and be a bit of a bugger, but will not be able to find that Scuttle Crab, and Tian actually pulls away with that one. But still no dragon focus here, so we can look at a replay of that bottom lane, that trade 1-for-1.
Oh, perfect, because not only does he grab the Lucian, Jackie Love tried to dash last second, so you get his E down as well. The layering comes in. The burst damage available to top Esports was able to turn around onto Xiaoxi. Bear in mind, this is not an Aftershock Nautilus. It is that Glacial Ornament Nautilus, so it does make you quite a bit squishier, but still a really nice play from Xiaoxi there.
I like to see it at least. The guy coming into the second game of the series, in a series where they definitely are reeling a little bit from game number 1. I think it's a nice little adaptation at this point. That's where some of that engage, some of that forward potential is what we were looking at for this player coming into this one. Jackie Love is level 6 now, though. We'll be joining Elk on that mark. Still, the Rift Herald being on the table now, we'll see Ultra Prime actually move their bottom lane up.
Yeah, and trying to make a presence here now. This could get super messy. Bear in mind, Swain has his 6 available, but so does Lissandra. So it looks like both teams potentially setting up for a fight here.
Full vision, too.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and go over the wall and I think steal this one.
He's in there a little early there. Has to keep his verdict. Knocked Hacker out, but I believe they got it before he got knocked out of there. They will not be able to get the eye, though. And it's crazy. Last night, we had both eyes in one game taken out and not picked up. And in this one, we'll have our first one not picked up. At Top Esports, they get jumped on by Ultra Prime, who were waiting in their bushes. Wayward burning down, will go down. Knights with the Demonic Ascension. They get one back. It's, again, trading back and forth, but Top Esports move in to capitalize.
Yeah, Ultra Prime doing a fantastic job of seeing the mini Naras there. Squishy, an easy target to take out. They burst Wayward, but they don't have the follow through in the extended fight. As soon as Knight comes in there with the ultimate, they don't want anything to do with it. And top esports managed to get the blue buff as well. So a little bit of recourse, and you could just see how it plays out. Wayward just a bit disrespectful, nowhere near Mega, and Cryan instantly picks him out as a target.
And the kick away with the burn still going as well. He just tries to get away, but it's a nice, follow through by top esports, especially from Knight to move into position like that.
Absolutely. And now Dragon is on the table, obviously with Herald being dispatched. Expect the teams to lean a bit more towards the bot side of the map. But still, things pretty even. And I got to say, compared to that game 1 where, top esports were really starting to take control, this slower pace does put Ultra Prime in a better spot.
Yeah, this is actually huge as a turnaround for Ultra Prime, it feels like. Now, they were moving down around the Dragon Pit. They realized there's a lot of vision to be cleared out against top esports around that pit, so not necessarily going to go for it just yet. And actually, at this point, it's just a scaling game, trying to get Jackie Love as many resources that it can. But I do want to check in on those resources and on Jackie Love, because it is the Lucian Nami. You're looking to get that burst damage to full potential, and it really hasn't necessarily worked out for them in that factor, even if they are up in CS in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think misconception people sometimes have is that Lucian Nami has to stomp lane, and also that lane is where they are strongest. But in reality, Lucian Nami's biggest spike is when they both have one item. You have Gale Force on Lucian. Sometimes Collector Second might be finished as well, and you have the Imperial Mandate on the Nami. This is why we often see Nami not build boots, because they're just investing all the money into that Mythic. That is when Lucian Nami is really strong and where it needs to start taking over the game.
Oh, crying. Oh, he doesn't get up into the wall, though. Yeah, TES gets out. Has the claw to get away. That was very close, but Cryan will live another day.
Yeah, flash ban, though, so that's something at least. And you can see top esports trying to get pressure around the mid lane to lean towards the Dragon, but Ultra Prime are there to contest them if they need to. Looks like Dragon will be started up, though. They're feeling confident. And we'll see if Ultra Prime try and contest this in return. They have the CC, they have the lockdown, if they find the right target.
It's a 4v3 though. I mean, Cryan is backing. He has TP to get to potentially to the mid lane and get into the pit. But yeah, I mean, that's just top esports getting the first Dragon game at just under 12 minutes in. And very interesting to see such late stacking, but it's something that top esports will hold near and dear.
Yeah, it means that any soul will be super late, and if Ultra Prime want to lean on soul as a win condition, theirs would now be extremely late since they don't even have that first one. But to be honest, I think Ultra Prime, the fact the bot lane hasn't gone too badly is promising for them. The top lane matchup is going better than last game as well. So things are all looking better. It really depends how they pan out things from here, because I feel like they want to make use of this Lissandra releasing combo more. It's kind of been that one opportunity we saw and not much else. And we're starting to see the spikes being picked up by the side of top esports. Jackie Love has the Gale Force mandate. Mark is about 750 gold away. And that is the point where, you can just walk around and you just find a target, dash on them, burst them out. It is a bit trickier with the comp Ultra Prime has because there's a lot of defensive tools that can mitigate that. But it still becomes very problematic.
Mark actually on a roam here towards mid lane. You can see top esports just trying to get something rolling for themselves. Tien was actually invading onto Hacker's side of the jungle, and so he does get the Gromp, does get the Scuttle on the way out. I love to see the willingness to move from top esports around the map itself, but you got to expect next fight's going to be around the Rift Herald in 1 minute and 40 seconds. So we'll continue to see the farming go. We'll see Tien return to his side of the jungle, the reset come out from Mark, and it's all good graces until we get the fisticuffs again.
That's what we're looking for the execution of the fights. And I feel like, the expectation is that Ultra Prime have a lot of tools to start the fight. The point and click CC from the Nautilus, from the Lissandra. And if they aren't able to find the initial quick kills off the back of that, that's where things can be a little bit painful.
Yeah.
Especially up against the likes of a Swain. If that fight goes longer, can cause issues. Now, it's a minute away, and you can see Tien is already pathing over.
No.
The bot lane is still bot, but Jackie Love has full vision here. We'll see if he tries to bait them in, because Mark is here in a second.
He's throwing the W into the bush to bait him out a little
He
bit.
knows.
Cheeky games. I like it, Jackie Love. I like it. A little bit of finickiness, a little bit of fun. It just having some mind games, which is a core part to League of Legends. Feels like the scanner coming out from Mark just to make sure nothing's coming out. The culling and the tidal wave as they're trying to catch out Elk. Elk will have to use the Feather Storm. Tian on the side. It's very close.
Jackie Love deserves an Oscar for that performance.
He really does. I mean, that was like That was some
I will
serious
just
football.
W this bush because I do not know where the enemy bot lane is.
I would
hope
never
they are
know.
not- I hope they're
Oh,
not
they
stacking in one of
know.
these bushes waiting for me. Yeah,
They
now they know
knew.
this whole time. Oh man, Ultra Prime must be so embarrassed.
Oh no, I'm embarrassed for them. Ultra Prime trying to get out of here now though, as Tien, Jackie Love, and Mark putting full force onto the tower with Knight coming down as well. Division of Empire coming in. Nice re-engage from Chelsea. Tien trying to weather the storm here though. Cannon barrage used from Zoom in the top side. We're finally getting the mid laners coming through here. That would have been a bit overzealous from Cryin. He doesn't take the claw. Tien trying to continue to be aggressive here. Might have gone a little bit too far though. Has to flash, and here comes Cryin to follow it up. But look how fast he is with the phase rush as Knight now taking pole position.
Yeah, I think you're kind of seeing though why the Lee Sin was not the best pick. Oh, Tien,
Tien,
what are you doing?
Oh, he's just locked out and dead. The Cryin dies because of it though, so at least he gets that. There's a lot of damage given back to top esports as Jackie Love picks up the return kill. Oh no, no, top laner too. Does he do it? Is he just gonna go under tower for it? No way. Wayward. Okay. Oh. All right. There will be a third movie. All right, there will be a third movie.
But we saw Mark go down as well, so I'm interested how that happened. But Tien just, yeah, I feel like he wasn't even looking at his own health bar. I don't know how else to phrase it. Just goes in at like 20% HP on Alessandro. I'm like, I don't know what you expect, but regardless, this now means that Ultra Prime are going to be able to get this first tower, get some more gold on Elk, and he was a big recipient of these kills. 2-0-1 now. Definitely looking stronger, and it's important on this Xayah that he has a bit of a lead. But now okay. I mean, look at Tien's health. Yeah,
he's
so
like, I see wall, I stun in wall.
He's like, guys, look. And then it's like, oh, well, I mean, at least top esports respond to get the kill in return. It was just a very weird passage of play. And ultimately, honestly, Cryin could have flashed away and actually just not got caught at all initially. But then Elk...
Oh, feels bad for Mark.
Oh.
That's typical Elk
nicely
play,
played.
though. That's exactly what I've come to expect every time I see Elk. If he has Gale Force, he's using it forward. We didn't see that in game number 1, but here on the Xayah, feel a little bit more confident in that moment.
And now I feel like they're comfortable to go for this Herald. The downside is that you kind of just given a bot lane. Jackie Love and Mark, they're at that spike I was talking about, the mandate and the Gale Force completed, and they will also deny a big wave, take this tower, crash it in, and they're picking up Dragon as well.
Yeah.
So top esports get a lot in return for the second Herald. The question is, what will Ultra Prime be able to do with this? They are looking towards this top lane tower. This is not worth if they only get this tower. They kind of need a tier 2 as well to make this one be a balanced trade.
The Shark Menace, I don't know if he's the Flash himself. Tien is just booking it to top lane right now, and he is so fast on the Poppy. They will have a defense. Wayward's up here, Knight's here, Tien will be here. It's a 4v3 with the Rift Herald, so they'll get the charge. But as you said, they want to try to get the tower itself. Knight is going to get the Demonic Ascension pop, but he already gets his life popped. The Cannon Barrage there, and tier 2 tower delivered.
And you can see Ultra Prime, this is what that comp can do well. The lockdown of the Lissandra combined with the damage that Lee Sin. And they knew. They got the Herald and they're like, look, they took a Dragon, they took a tower bot. We have to get more to make this worth it. And top esports try and contest, but just get like knocked away. So now Ultra Prime, it's not a massive gold lead, but they do have an advantage. And a lot of that gold is on Elk.
That's actually so huge as well, because the Xayah itself wanted to try to get the carry, but Elk himself, I need to see the carry for this guy, because I think he's been such an integral part to Ultra Prime's aggression that we've seen them utilize. We'll get to see that play, and speak of the aggression.
Yeah, this play only really works for Knight if he has stopwatch, but just overstepping. I think the thing is, you're playing Swain, like I am bulky, I had a giant spell in pocket, I'm confident, but I don't believe he had a stopwatch at the time and does just get taken down.
Chelsea, you gotta get out of there. Oh no, he's got the rest of his team. Tien, Tidal Wave comes out for Mark to try to get Tien out of there. Knight's going forward with the Demonic Ascension. Again, just try to keep those stacks rolling. We'll get some damage on Elk. Elk has to use the Feather Storm. Flash out as well. Division of Empire will go a bit wide. Tien on the side taking some damage from Cryin, but a nice dissuasion of damage from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, it was a good kick from Hacker, but you could see how scary top esports are now and their ability to look for picks. The Lucian and the Nami with that extra slow, that burst power, but really was Knight the one who set it up and just ran at Elk.
Okay, so we're going to see a little bit of a play in the bottom right. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, Zoom is dead, so I guess he just got solo killed.
Wow. Okay. Well, I think the conversation that we had at the top of the day about the top laner replacement, I think Top Esports feeling just okay with that. I think they're, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Wayward's been playing fantastically this series. It was slower this game compared to the previous game, but bear in mind at this point, last game, Top Esports was 10k gold up. But even so, he's 40 CS up in the matchup. Just solo killed him in the side lane. Is going to be a problem for the side of Ultra Prime. And as this game goes on, you know, Gnar just fantastic in the side lane, fantastic in the team fights.
He can't die.
You'll kill him here.
He can't die.
No.
That's what's crazy to me is this is the second game in a row we've seen such vast gap in the top side, right? Like,
Man, you know what it might be, Mazel?
Could it possibly
maybe
be Gnar?
Maybe it's Gnar.
No way!
Man.
No way! You get out of here with that blasphemy.
Maybe the highest presence top laner on the patch is pretty good. Actually, the highest presence champion. He's not even just the highest presence top laner. Gnar is the highest presence champion on this patch. So, yeah, maybe it's Gnar, but we were doing a fantastic job of piling it, and now they're looking bot.
Oh, my God. He's just doing so much damage, and Zoom can't do anything against him. Zoom has no say in this. They're TPing in from Top Esports as well. Knight just comes in and ends Zoom's life. Prior teammates mean nothing in this one. Top Esports are smashing down on Ultra Prime seemingly out of nowhere and seemingly without a big gold lead. They are just confidence gaming right now, and Jackie Love might have been overconfident there. Does get the depth charge used on him, but the tidal wave again to stop the engage from Ultra Prime every time.
I mean, I love it. Feels like measured aggression. That's the big thing. It's like Jackie Love, yes, he goes aggressive there, but as soon as the ultimate comes out from the Nautilus, he's dashing away, he's disengaging, doesn't burn any long cooldowns, just a Gale Force. I mean, that is pretty long now, but not like a flash or anything, and is able to bait out the ultimate from the Nautilus, which shouldn't be available for this next dragon. But yeah, I mean, Top Esports, it just feels like whenever they see a window and opportunity, they are just so quick to respond and move down, and they have now managed to find themselves a gold lead once again. Third dragon in 30 seconds, and it's an Infernal Soul. I think it goes without saying that would be very disastrous for Ultra Prime if Top Esports got it. It will only be the third, but Ultra Prime really want to stop this from happening.
Yeah, I mean, they need to stop the bleeding a little bit, but Tien has just been a constant pressure. They're TPing it again, and this time it's Wayward on the backside with Mega Gnar, and he's coming into the fight. The Mega Gnar ulti back. He's already dead. Hacker about to follow him up here. Wayward and Tien on the side. Crying and Zoom finally joining the fight, but I don't think they can say much here. You're already missing a big engager in the front line in Xiaoxi.
And Hacker's so low, and he's your jungler, so how are you supposed to contest this dragon now? Third of the game for Top Esports, and I love that, you know, game one was we stomp, we crush, we destroy. The dragons went over to Ultra Prime early, and Top Esports didn't care. Top Esports know that the win con this game is the dragons, and so they've lent so heavily on them, and now Ultra Prime are staring down Soul in 5 minutes. They've started to lose control of the game. They're still pretty close in gold. There's still things they can do, but the pressure is starting to mount.
Really is, and it's getting harder to find those avenues in, right? And you can see they're still preemptively trying to set up these side lanes, trying to find picks if they can, but again, I just have to point out Tien's Poppy, man. He has just been everywhere. Constant pressure in Hacker's jungle, following up, just facilitating for the entire team, and this is the second game in a row we've seen this consistency.
Yeah, I mean, he's been fantastic on it, and especially when this is the matchup into Elise in.
He don't stop. He don't stop.
Oh, no.
He don't stop.
Oh, no,
he
Zoom.
don't stop. Zoom is probably pretty tanky, so he's not going to be in trouble there. But
I mean, it's not even the fact he's tanky, it's just the fact that Poppy doesn't have that much damage, and he has the oranges to cleanse. But, you know, like, regardless, you can see he constantly fishes for these windows. Now, Ultra Prime going to take this time. They know Tien's on the bot side. They will start clearing vision, contesting vision, and some camps around the Baron. But realistically, Ultra Prime aren't really going to start up the Baron. They don't have anyone tanky enough at this point, and they would be contested. And it's just time being lost. More and more time being lost towards this dragon where they need to work out a solution. And that, Mazel, I feel like it's probably going to be the big fight of the game. It's like you win it, and you're back in. You probably get the Baron on the back of it, or you lose it, and the game is likely just to be done.
And that's the scariest thing is we've seen it.
Look at Wayward, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
He's like a full, like, even if Cryin is about to hit 14, he'll still be a full level above him.
That's actually crazy. And that's also what I was trying to point out earlier is like this has been a second game in a row of this for Wayward. His domination in the top side. Oh, Vision of Empire connects. The engage from Shousey because he has to. Crying goes over the wall. He's all by himself. He has to go golden now. The tidal wave from Mark does a lot of work to separate it. Knight is healing so much, and he's going to go down. Hacker with a beautiful kick to end his life, and Ultra Prime so a little bit of sign of the life.
Yeah, so there's two aspects to this. The kill secured by Ultra Prime, nice, but decent amount burn. Flashes from Shousey and Crying. That being said, like, it's not too impactful on either side, but not the place that Top Esports want to fight. In that choke, very risky. And
okay, this time I don't think he's getting out there, Ox. I don't know about you,
I don't
but
think so either.
He is getting bullied up here, and Zoom will go down. Thumbs up from Tien, lets it sink in a little bit more.
Yeah, so good pick there. Managed to jump on the gangplank. No flash, no way to get away. But yeah, that previous fight, choke point against the Xayah, not ideal. I think particularly because, you know, you're engaging on the Nautilus, but it's just perfect setup for Elk and Crying because there's all this big AoE route. JackeyLove has to back away because of the cannon barrage. And then look, Elk this whole time has just been stacking feathers up in this area. And Tien realizes it's like, okay, I'm out. You're on your own. But Knight, unfortunately, cannot flash away from it and does get caught. Now, Elk,
Gale Force already used. Collector, one more auto tech. Doesn't do it. TP now in from Ultra Prime. This could be a bit of a fumble from Top Esports. There's the Sonic Wave, the kickback, and JackeyLove is dead.
Yeah, JackeyLove holding his flash there, refusing to use it, and does go down, does give a decent amount of gold over to Ultra Prime. But, like, I feel like JackeyLove 100% could have been able to flash away before
save
that.
it for Dragon.
I feel like he's saving it for Dragon. So, you know, as much as Ultra Prime are getting gold back, I feel like people get like, this is copium. No. Hack has been his flash. Elk has been his flash. Crying, Shousey, both flashless going into this Dragon. And if we look at the side of Top Esports, a lot of flashes available. So it's a nice play from Ultra Prime. Don't get me wrong.
Oh my
but
God,
we are looking forwards at that team fight and how it pans out. And yeah, Elk baiting to the last second. And then here, I feel like this was so delayed. Like, Q comes in. Like, you could have easily, I feel like, flashed that if you're ready. But in the end, Hacker gets the kickoff. And once again, 50 seconds until that Dragon. And this is a summoner advantage I want to bring your attention to. The fact Top Esports, they've got Cleanse on Knight from the spellbook. They have flashes on everyone apart from Knight. That could give them a big advantage. And it's for Soul.
Yeah.
That's why it's so important.
I will also say Rabadon's just completed for Crying, so at least you have that 3-item power spike on your carries at this point, besides Zoom, who's still struggling a little bit. But Crying and Elk definitely going to have some damage to back up the engage here. But I think it's all about the setup, and Top Esports know that. They know they need to get this vision down.
Yeah, the vision's so important, I feel.
Tien just walks up to Shousey. I don't know if Tien, that's a fight you want to take. I mean, they're going to take down Mark on the side. Tien has to flash away. Now Knight's coming over the edge here. JackeyLove is trying to get in there, but Knight is taking up a storm. He's all by himself, and JackeyLove is handling the side. Wayward the entire time as well. I don't know how Top Esports do it, but Wayward's got the confidence of a king right now, and he's working on Zoom. He's got a couple auto attacks. Zoom, you were the destined one to die here, but Wayward is overextending. JackeyLove died over the Elk because of the tower, and Wayward cost his team a little bit more in that overextension.
You saved Flash for that! JackeyLove, come on, man! Doesn't even use it. And now, I mean, that should have been Top Esports having Dragon. You could see the thought process was, hey, we might need to kill Hacker, stop the jungler from being there. But a massive overstep from Top Esports, and now they have to buy time because they know enemy jungler is up. They are beelining over. Tien is going to be here, but they have 10 seconds till JackeyLove is even alive. And a good fight from Top Esports gets fumbled on the back end.
That's actually huge for Ultra Prime. You see in mid lane, Wayward's working on his Mega Gnar bar here. He wants to get it before he can get into this fight. Ultra Prime are moving in from the southern part of the Dragon Pit here. Elk not in position whatsoever with his team. He needs to get back around Crying on the side here too. He's going to give up his flank angle, and Ultra Prime will just move in as a body unit here. All 5 of them trying to set up a front to back for Elk.
Oh, look at Wayward. Look at Wayward.
Yeah, they have no idea. No wards are over here. They're walking straight into Wayward, who Mega Gnars into the wall, and Top Esports. They're trying to move into Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime have disappeared. Wayward shows Zoom who is who, and Top Esports, the train keeps on chugging.
And now only Hacker alive. Wayward chases him away. This should be Baron as well for top esports. I said they fumbled the previous fight. I still maintain that statement. But in this one, the execution was flawless and Wayward. Beautiful flank angle here coming in. Here's that initial fight that comes out. So it starts a little bit early, but I love how Jackie Love is just instantly ready to back away when it looks like he's going to be threatened. And then Knight gets in this mix. And remember, so many people without flashes on the side of Ultra Prime. Once the Swain is in range, it's so hard to get out again. You're just permanently slowed down. They manage to chase down the kills. And then here, bit of an overstep. That's where they get punished. But Wayward with his flank. And bear in mind, instead of ulting them into the wall on the side, he ults them towards his team. He knows Knight is ready, and this Swain does so much work here.
And Hacker knew at the last thing, he was like, oh my god, we have no vision on our back left side, and we saw that Wayward was there. He tried to get into the bush to stop something from happening, but by then Wayward already had his target set on the back line, and there was nothing that Hacker could do. So it's a little bit of that communication, a little bit of that dysfunction showing itself again for Ultra Prime, and mid lane just got taken by Wayward.
Dude, look at Wayward's inventory. It's just
oh my god, no way.
Dude, he's ready, right? He knows.
No way.
He's like, Jackie Love, my captain. If they ever pop Lissandra ult on you, I've got your back. He's like, Knight, you are the king of this team, and if they CC you, I will free you from the chains. Wayward, that is team play, right?
That is team
not
play.
only do you dominate the matchup, you pick up the McHales
Look
for
at
the
this.
squad.
Yep, okay.
Goodbye.
Yep, Chelsea. I'm sorry. No matter what the roundabout way that Ultra Prime approached this series, they had a chance at the beginning. It was quickly dashed. They tried to bring in Chelsea in game number 2. They were trying stuff. They were getting engages, but in the end, top esports just too strong. And Wayward taking down the inhibit mid lane. The siege at bottom lane is continuing here. And Keeper's Word actually used so they can initiate onto the back of this fight. Wayward almost has Meganar again. Zoom goes down yet again, and Wayward won't find the wallop, but they'll find another inhib.
Oh, he keeps looking for windows with Baron minions there. It's 3v5. Okay, 4v5 now. Shousi is back up. It's so hard for them to contest here, though.
Oh, Shousi misses the engage yet again here. Big engage onto Jackie Love, though. They got the kick from Hacker, and that's a big turnaround here, but I don't know if they have the damage to follow it up. Knight goes golden. Top esports eliminate Hacker, the rest of the team, and the Nexus turrets will fall. Jackie Love took another death, but top esports.
The McHales, he frees Tian from the real the fountain.
He did it.
It came in clutch result.
Absolute clutch. And speaking of clutch, top esports will continue their dominant win streak and improve to an 11 win streak on the season and go to 11-1.
And you know, top esports in spring with a team who won early, right? And they've dropped the early bit. They're just the team who win. A dominating performance in this series.
Yeah.
Game 1, they crushed them in the early game, right? Top esports as we know them from this year. But game 2, it was slower paced. It was leaning into the dragons. But I just love the decisions. The fact that, you know, they saved the flashes for the dragon fight. They came into that dragon fight with 4 flashes to 1, I think. So it's like such an advantage, even though the goal discrepancy wasn't there. And then the execution, so good. The Wayward, I mean, all I'm going to say is, like, if you step in to replace another player, bear in mind, Mark also replaced Joe at the time. So, you know, you're like, okay, the team's doing better. Maybe it's a bit of me. Maybe it's a bit of the support. Could be multiple things. This series just, like, firmly stamped the fact that Wayward was an upgrade. And he made that very, very clear throughout this series, dominating the matchup between him and Zoom.
Like Grand Canyon dominating up there. I mean, it was both games where it was like huge CS differentials. The fights were going whole-handedly into the Gnar. We talked a little bit about it in the series, about the strength of the Gnar and the presence that we've seen of it, and the fact that Wayward is able to, if it's open, just smash down or down smash the lane, it feels like.
I just found it. I was waiting to see what he uses as McHales. Because obviously Jackie Love died to Lissandra ult. He didn't get a chance to McHales there. But then I saw Tian rooted on the fountain by the feathers, and he's just like, here you go, buddy.
Hey, you got to find ways to be an integral part to the team. And I think top esports proved against, you know, a bottom of the table team in Ultra Prime why they are so strong, how they can control fights. For me, I like that you brought up the point of execution, because that is what the difference was. Like, no matter, even if the fights were outmatched for TES, it just felt like their decisions within the fights is what brought them to fruition, right? Their split-second decision-making on target selection that wasn't there for Ultra Prime, the movements, the constant setting up and knowing where they can play around TN, it was so important, and we got to see it work out so well for them.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at that goal graph. The fact it felt so even, so back and forth, and then just completely dominated in the end. And Ultra Prime tried. They put up a good fight, but it just wasn't quite enough. Jackie Love, he was the main target, and they did catch him at the very end, but for the most part, managing to navigate quite well. And Knight, this Swain pick I loved here because I feel like, you know, a lot of short-range champions on the side of Ultra Prime. A lot of champions are going to get up close and personal, and the Swain can just apply the AoE slow from the Rylai's, the damage as well. Really set them up. So I honestly just love watching Top Esports at the moment. So fun. Such a fun team. Such a fantastic team. Really the highest level of League of Legends. And, you know, continuing that win streak, they are now able to reclaim first place in the league off the back of that. JDG had taken it with their win, but they're now both 11-1. But Top Esports has a better game score. So Top Esports back on, well, on top.
Man, I swear, I'm rubbing off on you way too much here. You're buying into the puns way too much. I'm starting to get a little scared. But it is actually just a great piece to the puzzle for Top Esports as they move forward, right? It will tie them up in that first place position. Actually, I believe it makes them take first place position because of the game difference.
Yeah, they are first,
over JDG. But I also want to take this time to, you know, before we get to the MVP conversation, before we get to a little bit more of a highlight on this series, look forward a little bit for Top Esports, because it feels like they've passed a lot of the tests already in the summer season, right? Like, you obviously still have the mega match versus V5, but you're looking at upcoming games, right? They have 4 series left. It's not Top Esports versus TT, LGD, V5, the one I talked about, and then AL, which will be a little bit of a tough one, but it feels like Top Esports are set up for success to crest into playoffs at peak form.
Yeah, and ultimately, that match against V5 is the big one that they might be challenged on. But V5, before then, will have to face JDG.
Yep.
JDG has to, in turn, obviously face V5, but JDG also has to face RNG. So I feel like of those top 3 in the league, the ones who are like have that gap between everyone else, between Top Esports, JDG, and V5, Top Esports probably have the easiest remaining schedule, and they really look in form. I personally think that they are probably favored going up against V5 at the moment, but I expect it to be a banger regardless and a close 4-1. But yeah, that is my main question: is will anyone be able to stop Top Esports win streak, or will they just go 15-1?
The thing is when you're approaching this team as a drafting perspective, it's so difficult. We saw Ultra Prime struggling with that in both games, right? Like, there's so many tools that this team can utilize through mid lane, through bottom lane, now through top lane, through jungle, right? Like, the Poppy has to be a band now.
Vizel, all I'm going to say is I think Ultra Prime are a little bit behind on the meta.
A little bit behind.
Is a little bit behind. You have Top Esports who are like, yes, Talia, Gnar, Poppy, broken. The fact that they got, the fact that Ultra Prime could have taken out Gnar first pick, right? Yeah. And you've seen, like, you know, there weren't any top lane bans in that first game, and Zoom couldn't answer it, right? There was not a single top lane ban, and yet Zoom cannot answer the Gnar. And I think that kind of tells you how strong this Gnar blind is. You can definitely talk about the player differential. Sure, fine. But, like, if this pick is strong enough to blind with every single top lane open in the game and be comfortable, then I think it should have been the first pick. The Lee Sin didn't need to be taken there. You can take it later. Yeah. And Hacker actually had an okay game with the Lee Sin. It just feels like Ultra Prime aren't up to speed in the meta, or they kind of lean at their comfort. And when you're against a team like Top Esports, you can't give them all these broken champions.
Yeah, I will say, though, there was a vast difference from game 1 to 2. Because Xiaoxi coming in on the Nautilus just provided that presence that I think we needed to see for Ultra Prime. Even if it didn't work out, even if he ended up like, what, 0-6, 0-7, whatever it was, I still think that there was a vast difference between him and Miao Nu.
Yeah, I think Xiaoxi definitely looked good. And like I said, this game was better than game 1. It didn't take much to improve on that.
True.
But at bare minimum, like, at least we saw a bit more life from Ultra Prime. They managed to keep the contestation high early, but it also just kind of tells the story of Top Esports, the fact that they have improved. They are not just, we have to win early to win the game, and we fall apart mid-game.
Well, guess what? We got our MVP, and it is the man with the pig emote. Got to figure out what that means. But it is Wayward for Top Esports, who will be picking up his 3rd MVP of the split. Not too shabby for a day on Gnar, huh?
yeah, I mean, really strong performance. Clearly, and I just think the fact that, as I said, going up against the player you replaced and clearly establishing why you are the new model, you're the T1000, right? And yeah, fantastic from him on the Gnar, able to palette that one really well. And I love the McGills as well.
That was so funny.
You know, it's an item that gives magic resist, right? So it's not like it's all useless stats, but clearly just picking it up for the cleanse of the teammates.
And when you're that far ahead,
I hope they show that clip. I mean, yeah, for sure. But I hope they show that clip of him using it on Tien at the end, saving his life. Just because I think it's hilarious. But yeah, you know, in fairness, Tien did give him some help in this one, but it just felt like consistently he was there in the fights, able to pick up these kills, slamming the enemy team. Like, that's the thing, is often we think of Gnar as a tool to slam them into the wall. He often just threw them into Knight, who obviously thrived off that.
I think Knight's positioning a lot in these fights were really huge with demonic ascensions, with a lot of that consistent damage. But this play right here is what made him so deserving of the MVP in Wayward, because of the turnaround fight, just the instant success that you get. And also,
we're gonna see it.
Yeah, we do get to see it. But it's also the brain play, right? Like, they had a flank option there that was spotted out by Ultra Prime. It got sniffed out, but not fast enough. And then Top Esports finished it off here with the tails.
Here it is. Here it is. Look, Tien gets rooted here. McHale's, and he gets out, saving his jungler there, right? That's why you buy it.
That's play of the week right there.
Yeah.
That's play of the week.
Yeah, that dragon fight, though, was a big one. Obviously, the flank wasn't seen, but also the fact they had the flash advantage. Wayward could flash in, the rest couldn't respond. So, yeah, fantastic play from him and Top Esports as a whole.
Well, disappointing night for Ultra Prime, at least to finish off week number 7, but absolute domination for Top Esports as they take a 2-0 victory in our first series of the night. But to round out week number 7, we got one more series to go, and it's a little bit of a tighter fight here. It'll be OMG versus Weibo Gaming right after this break.
Let's see who takes it. I say it's 1v1. Carson is literally right there in the brush. And Rookie, he's got, oh, the shy. The positioning was beautiful. He's about to turn Mega. No flash available. I don't think he escapes this one. The shy actually gets away with it again. Can you ever shut this man down?
He's going for it. He's going for it, man.
No way. No way. The shy.
I need a dub for shoulder bag and trophy. I need to go. You cannot. That's the glow. I'm covered. I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice. Excel like POTUS.
3 people now fall. Soulflake comes through as TP as well. Ming in the middle of everyone. The Glacial Prison saves his life as he flushes over the wall. And Xiao coming through with the wall too. Gal the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret, LNG have just been hand stiff as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Penta again, baby!
Sardines, we off this wave for all 19. I don't, got no words, don't say too much.
Misfits looking for it, trying to just burn it before they can get there. Misfits might be able to take this one before Razzle can get in. He's looking for the smite. No! 34 HP, no, BTO now going to try and get off the back line. Mercer diving in as well. And Misfits might call the sound to retreat, but instead they call the sound to dive! And the Misfits star shines brightly today. A triple kill for Neon. Only Humanoid survives. Misfits turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do.
Very scary Manta Ray. I should probably run away from that thing, as getting to work was umpty, but there are 3 members of Nongshim here. He is actually so tanky, and he is going to survive as Morgan comes in, peels very nicely for him. As here comes Nongshim with Mega Gnar. And will they be able to kill this Ornn? I don't know. I mean, that's a 3-man knockout coming in as it's got Morgan against 4. He takes down 2 and nearly gets a 3rd.
Finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life.
E agora o Dragão Ancião tem 1 a menos na equipe da Pen Game. Como é que vai ficar isso? Joga pra longe, agora o Croc tem que esperar ele voltar. Mas eles vão dando bastante dano. O Tinoz vai separar de novo a equipe da Pen. Por enquanto, sem definição, carinhoso. O Croc tá longe. Influência, sobrou o Brace, o abate Pen Game, a nota que é do Kaká! O Kaká entra no covil, pega o Dragão Ancião e a Pen puxa a rota no meio pro GG.
All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do.
It's gonna be all about Johnson.
They just gotta go, I think. If they try and fight early, that's their best chance.
And they're gonna look for Tukui, getting slowed up, gonna package around, a lot of spots, big take, and Soul dropped.
One so far. I'm going to burn the zone. He's packaged pretty well right now. Disengaged though and adapt onto the support, but he yoinks back. Well done. That is the 80 carry gun. Azina flies in. Zonya's popped, and here we go. It's time for Instinct to go for broke.
No way.
Number 4. Give it to him. You better not steal this. The kill comes through in his second ever LCS game. What is it with TSM 80 carry stand-ins and first week pentakills?
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free. What a precious moment. We will always be young. We'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all. It's what friends are for. We'll look back.
下场面对 OMG 战队，他们的下路进攻节奏非常的快，然后他们最近打得也很好。我和幻风应对他们的时候就做好沟通和对线就可以了。最近比赛都不多了，对于接下来的比赛，我们会打好每一场，都好好的2-0拿下吧。
Welcome back to the final day of week number 7 here in the LPL. I am Mazel, joined by Ox, and we are getting into our second series of the night. This one's going to be an absolute fun one. We got OMG versus Weibo Gaming. Starts off on a little bit of a sad note, though, I will say. So everybody get tissues ready to go, because last time we saw OMG, it was a bit of a thunderclap against Thundertalk Gaming.
Yeah, and it's rough because I feel like OMG has had some fantastic performances this split. Some games where they've gone up against, they beat out FPX when FPX were looking pretty unstoppable in the final run of form. They took a game of top esports. But as you said, that loss against Thundertalk is a rough one because Thundertalk are 1 win behind them. OMG are 9th, Thundertalk are 11th. And this allowed them to close the gap. And, it was no doom and gloom. They did manage to at least have a strong start to the series, find some opportunities. But yeah, just TT really being the ones who were able to close out.
I think that's the most interesting thing, because you saw, for me, the biggest sticking points for OMG is the lack of communication in chaotic team fights and the lack of direction in those chaotic team fights. You can see a lot of times they just end up very split, very separated from each other. For differing reasons, but it ends up in a lot of times coming out on the worst end for them.
Yeah, it got very messy, I think, is the main thing to hit on. And, in fairness, like, TT are a decent team. I didn't say, they're a good team. It's not like the end of the world, doom and gloom, but yeah, the coordination just wasn't quite there. And I think that's been a big issue, is that sometimes OMG just have been inconsistent in that area. There's been days where it doesn't feel like they're on the same page. And this one, they were kind of just corralled in. They try and go aggressive at Kepler as a fantastic stopwatch. And then the flash, Hoya arrives, and it's just game over.
Yeah, and like I was saying, just the split up. The kick early obviously helped that come in through from Aki, but it's a little bit difficult when you look at that series and think, oh, positives for OMG, because they did have a bit of a rough one. But I think the thing that stood out for me in that series is they do have a bit of a revolving role in the bottom lane in support. So I do want to do a bit of a support check-in, because we will have Cold starting tonight for OMG, but they have been giving some playing time to Jerry as well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that we've seen these two different supports. Jerry hasn't played nearly as much, but we've seen a bit of a difference in champ pool. Cold has led heavily on that Nautilus. Jerry bringing out quite a few of those Lulu games himself. In fact, there's a series where he pretty much played it exclusively. And you can have a look at a little bit of the stats. Tend to see a bit more activity in the bot lane with Cold. And, the kill participation is very high for Jerry. But you got to take into account, if you're playing something like Lulu, it is easier to get the assists. All you have to do is, just shield your target. But yeah, so we've seen a bit of a difference in dynamic between these two. I think you said earlier it was Cold today, right, Mazel?
Yeah.
So we'll see him coming out, the one we have seen mostly for the split. But yeah, we didn't know going into this who would get. I just want to show a little bit the sort of differences we've seen between them.
And there's vast differences, right? Like the difference in preference of playstyle, I think, is the most interesting one. But I think that obviously I love seeing Cold be a part of the team when he is on something that is something he can initiate on, something he could be a shot caller on. We'll see what they pull out today, though, and see what Cold's going to be piloting in the first game at least. But on the other side, you have the, I guess we would call them consistently inconsistent Weibo Gaming, where they are one of these middle of the pack playoff teams at this point, but we've seen them at highs and we've seen them at lows.
I just feel like this team can struggle against TT when the week before they were the first team to beat V5, and it's just they lost to AL. They struggled to beat BLG. They took it to 3 games, but again, they beat V5. They are the only team to beat V5. I don't know. I don't know with Weibo. They can simultaneously be one of our strongest teams and also one of our most questionable. It's kind of impressive. They obviously have a star-studded roster. The Shy alone is just enough, right? The Shy plus 4 is enough to be a star-studded roster, but the fact they also have, you know, what was the former Suning roster, a lot of strong performers, but it's just, you know, as you said, consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. But I'm looking for maybe not consistency, maybe not inconsistent consistency. I'm looking for some volatility in the top lane for this matchup. It is the Chad Shanji versus the Chadist in the Shy, it feels like. And it's an obvious head-to-head matchup that will mean a lot for this series in terms of that pressure from top lane. But it's also the differences you see in these players, right? Like, you look at the right side of that screen, you look at the Shy, he is dominating this split.
Oh yeah. And I mean, I've loved Shanji. He's second for solo kills. The Shyvana has been great. But the Shy, you know, I didn't just specifically pick these stats because he's the first in all of them. He is just the first in a lot of stats. First in solo kills, first in damage per minute, first in CSD at 15, first in goal difference at 15. The Shy is the most winningest top laner when it comes to individual performance. And the crazy thing is that Weibo are 7-4, right? You have teams like Top Esports, JDG, V5, who have only dropped a single series. V5 in particular have a plus 17 game score. Weibo have a plus 3 game score. They've won 3 more games than they've lost. Yeah. And yet the Shy has just dominated.
But
and when you get to see some of those clips from Shanji on the Shyvana, it's been hilarious.
Yeah, literally against EDG here, it was one of the first iterations. We got to see Shanji bring it out and be so dominant with it. But it's the presence that this guy showed, the map mobility, the map movement, but as well as the playmaking ability on a tanky pick that does all the damage, like the Shyvana. But it wasn't just the Shyvana pick, and I something to highlight for both these guys. And as we go in to see the Shy's version of his hype plays, their champion pool, at least in the regular season, has been so ridiculously deep, and that's where a lot of that volatility, I feel like, will come from.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we were seeing Shyvana bans being forced, but there's some clips from the series against V5 where the Shy was, I'm going to be real, the Shy was one of the biggest reasons why Weibo won. And going up against his old teammate, breaking that undefeated streak, he's just been fantastic to watch.
Like, how do you have
to watch this player?
The know-how, the brain power to know this play is about to turn around at a 2v1 for you? Like, this is incredible. The fact that he started out with so much pressure on him from Carson rookie, and he just willed it into existence.
Azal, that's the difference between people like us, other top laners, and the Shy. The Shy is always looking for the 2v1. There's never a play where he doesn't think about the 2v1, right? He's never just thinking about the getaway. He's like, I see it. I see the window. I see the line. And yeah, he finds it. You know, Weibo haven't been flawless. I think that's what I want to say from this. But the Shy, he's about as close as you can get at the moment.
He really is.
Other than the Anivia top game, we forget about that one.
Yeah, that's just a dark mark on the
we
the list.
forget about that one.
But I think we're obviously looking at this top lane so much. There's such a big spotlight there. But I want to point out some other things that we have highlighted. Obviously, the cold check-in in the bottom lane for OMG. But I think it's a tall test for Weibo here to really slam this one home and solidify their standings a little bit, I think, as we look forward in the rest of the season because of that consistency that we have seen from them. That's what makes these series so important to them, and especially against OMG, who are still fighting to push themselves up in that standing. And as we get into game number 1, again, centered around the volatility in top lane, how do these teams play around it? In OMG on the blue side, they've banned out the Gnar that we've seen so prevalent, the Kalista, and the Renata. Weibo on red side, strictly ADC banned so far, as we get the Zeri and the Samira banned away from Abel, and Abel, another member who's really shined a pretty big light this season on OMG.
Yeah. A lot of respect towards the Samira, because they saw what happened at Top Esports when they disrespected it for but a moment. Really punished them massively. So, you know, when we look at this, there's still things like the already available. The Talia is actually still up and available, and I think Weibo probably just going to pick that one up. Seems like a very good pick for Angel. Talia Poppy. I mean, I think this mid jungle is broken. Like, if you think about the mobility creep in the game, and what I mean by that is, like, over time, champions have got more and more mobility. It's creeped in. That's why it's called creep. Like, these two just shut it down. They're like, dashes do not exist in our realm. And yes, you're picking it early, so you might think, oh, well, OMG just don't pick any dashes. Do you know how hard that is? Do you know how hard that is to pick no champions with dashes? You know which champions with dashes? The good ones, Mazel.
The good ones. The good ones always do. I also just want to state, right, OMG feeling like either the comfort for Aki on the Viego was super important, or just taking away, the absolutely one-sided champion pool from SOFM, where he's played 18 games of Viego comparatively the next highest and 5 on Lee Sin. I feel like it's a bait at this point because we have seen the Poppy rise in such priority. We do see some late game scaling though picked up for OMG in terms of the Aphelios and the Victor.
I'm interested to see what they go for here, Weibo on this 3, because they have the potential to pick up an AD carry and match, and then ban away, potentially support matchups to make it difficult. They could take a top laner here and ban away counters. The new Gwen isn't as good in lane, but is stronger late game, and the Shy would be I was going to say the Shy would be a menace on that, but they actually go for the Sivir. This is probably one of the earliest times we've seen a Sivir picked up. We've actually seen it like later in the draft, but they're feeling confident that Huangfeng can perform on it in those team fights. It is a bit short ranged here, but feeling confident with it, and now Weibo can look to either target support or can target top laners. They have a lot of flexibility coming into this next rotation.
Yeah, I would expect either some focus towards some engagers against Cold, or even towards that top lane, as we were saying. And it's going to be the top laner and an engager, but it's definitely towards Shanji as the Sejuani ban comes through. The Yumi ban targeting towards Anvil. I like that. So taking away the Sivir Yumi combo.
Yeah, Sivir Yumi has been like such a strong combo if you can't punish it in lane. And Aphelios isn't like the strongest laner. That's not really what you pick him for. I think that's the thing. That's why we're seeing the 87, because if like Draven was still a possibility, maybe there'd be a bit more concern. Now, Sejuani banned by Weibo. We'll see if they ban another top laner here, but actually going for the Alistar, something that obviously interacts well with Sivir's spell shield, whereas like Nautilus not as effective into it, obviously. We'll see what OMG opt to ban away. If they do look to target any of the Shy's picks, there is still the possibility.
Though? Like, do you?
I mean,
so many picks, Ox. There's so many picks.
Yeah, but there's some really broken ones, and he's gonna have counter pick. Are you concerned about Gwen as a counter pick? Are you concerned about the Jax as a counter pick? He actually goes for the Kennen, which is interesting because Kennen's often I'm theorizing Kennen's often pretty good into Gwen, but there's no way you blind Gwen here because you'll be counter picked by the Shy with Jax. Weibo take the best engaged support on the patch, which is Nautilus. And OMG could just respond with a Braum. Would be pretty solid in the lane matchup. But to be honest, I think Sivir's fine with this because you just kind of play the 2v2 passively and just clear. Let's see what they have to go for in the end.
It's interesting to see the pivot from Weibo Gaming. Obviously, the Yumi going down to the ban. Their willingness to go for that Nihilus, as you said, top pick right now. They do go with the Braum for OMG. Now we'll see what the pick is going to be for Shanji.
That's the question. What are they going to blind here in the top lane? Shanji, I feel like it's the sort of player where you never really know.
You never know
what he's going to pull out. The Shyvana is open and available. Could just end up going for this Gangplank here in the end. And I feel like the Gwen into Gangplank matchup did suffer as a result of the changes. The fact that the dash refund, so your E, you have to auto to get a refund, and it's so much smaller early, means you can't just like dash in, trade, dash out again.
Yo, what if the Shy takes the dragon? What if he takes Shyvana? I'll just theorize. I have a little bit of fun here. There's a lot more stable picks, and it will be the Gwen.
In spring, there was one player who, he got his hands on Gwen, and then it was just banned against him until it got nerfed out of existence, and that was the Shy, right? Laning is a little bit weaker. We did talk about when the patch first hit the changes, you just lost some of that power on your E. Your W isn't as long a duration. It was trimmed down the early game, but the payoff in the late game is substantial. And the Shy is a player who I have confidence should be able to navigate this lane, get to the later stages, and then become a monster. Is the only way I can really say it. And the thing is, I feel like Weibo have so much more potential to set up plays here. They have a really strong roaming mid laner who's going to be able to get that 80 prio. The Poppy we've seen run amok in games recently. And then they have two scaling side lanes. They also have all the engaged. Like on the other side, there isn't much engaged potential on the side of OMG. They kind of have to play defensive, play back, let the enemy team run into them. and I'm not sure that's going to be the best port of call. So I definitely prefer Weibo's draft here, but it always does come down to that execution.
Do you feel like a lot of it's going to come down to the jungle skirmishing and be decided early on, or do you think we're going to get one of these like late game scaling bangers?
I feel the skirmishing is probably going to dictate a fair bit, but you know, with Weibo, you never really know. With OMG, I feel like both of these teams are complete wild cards when it comes to their level. They can really
do
punch upwards and challenge from the top teams, but then also kind of lose to not quite anyone, but yeah, like sometimes feels that way. So it's hard to scope out. But I will say, you know, I give the edge to Weibo. If Weibo can set the early plans in motion, they can get a lead that will put their carries into a better position, because OMG still do have good scaling elements, so they may not want to let them go unchecked.
I'm so excited. We're into the final game of week number 7. We get the cinematic and everything. Esports Manager taking over the Rift, but what's taking over right now is Weibo Gaming versus OMG. It is a lot of volatility for the top lane, maybe later on in the game, as it will just be the Gangplank versus Gwen matchup. But a big thought for me is that skirmishing we started talking a little bit about for these junglers, and especially looking at how this mid lane kind of bends and flexes into that, right? Like Angel and Cream are going to be a key focus point here in terms of how they connect with the jungle.
Whoa, interesting. We have double Ghost from OMG. So, you know, we were talking about the fact that, like, they wouldn't be using dashes, and so they picked immobile carries, right? But taking the Ghost for the extra kiting potential. This is interesting. I've had a lot of discussions. Obviously, Ghost got kind of pushed out the mid lane a while ago to show up occasionally, but a bit more of a rarity. But I've heard about, like, Ghost and AD carries having that extra movement speed. In extended fights, if you get a reset, the duration extends. It can be really powerful. But clearly, this says to me that, like, OMG know they're not going to have too much pressure in the bot lane. They don't really expect to have too much pressure overall early. They are playing to be as strong as they can in team fights. Now, on the other side of Weibo, we see Huangfeng's gone for the TP. So similar thought process, as in, I don't expect us to do a ton of fighting in lane, but go in a different direction in terms of what you're looking to get out of it, right? And, you know, I said I don't expect much fighting. Apparently, some of the choices aren't really in line with how they're actually going to play it in the first couple of levels.
A bit of fisticuffs going on here, but this is where I do want to talk about, right? I know we've been on the patch for a little bit longer, but I want to pick your brain a bit, because the Sivir is something that's, you know, resurging into the patch. Why in this situation do you feel like they felt confident picking this? Is it just the wave clear? Is it the new addition to, like, the bouncing of the ricochet? What is the goal?
She has a really strong scaling AD carry now. Very effective in the later stages of the game. The movement speed buff to the Shy is very nice. But ultimately, I feel like you pick it because you know the lane's not going to be too punishing. Like, Inter Felios, it's pretty fine. You get to the point where you just clear the wave. It's not something like Clister Draven that can be really problematic. But my concern here is that, like, there's a lot of champions in this game that Sivir struggles to operate. The reason I love the Sivir rework is she feels strong, but she has weaknesses. And one of those weaknesses is obviously her range. She's 500 range as an AD carry, and you can use your Ricochet and your Boomerang Blade to mitigate that. But at the end of the day, you're gonna have to be able to auto someone. And like, if you're close enough to able to Cream, to Cole, to Shanji, you're in a dangerous spot. So Huangfeng's gonna have to pilot this one well, and does have some concern when it comes to the team fights.
It's going to be interesting to see how Huanfeng specifically pilots this one into a composition like OMG have. We were potentially going to see some skirmishing happening early on between the junglers, but it will be Scuttle Crab achieved by Aki first on the move, and OMG with priority in bottom lane take the bottom Scuttle too.
Yeah, and I love this move when you have control of the bot lane and there's like a contest top, so you know, like, SFM has seen you take the Scuttle, he's not going to be on the bot side. Just means you can sweep up and grab it, especially with something like Braum that can easily set up the CC, so you get the quick ability to take it down. Now, on taking some heavy trades here, and you know, the Nautilus will pay off later in the game. Like, having a Nautilus is fantastic for engaging, especially when you're into a Felios and a Victor. In the laning phase, you're really going to struggle to make anything happen into a Braum now. Shanti's very low. If SOFM wants to look for this, he really can, but the weak recalls aren't going to be stopped, doesn't look like. Yeah, so far the Shy, you know, you saw him get low a little bit earlier, but he's been doing okay in the lane. And as I said, lane a little bit weaker, but you scale like crazy.
Yeah.
And Gwen was already a late game monster.
I just love that both junglers just went top to back They're just like, hey, I just want to say hi to Shanji and the Shy, make sure everything's okay. Get back and get back onto the map after that, because now we're getting dragon spawning in about 15 seconds. And SOFM already down towards this bottom side. Angel looking for the deep warding. They're really looking for a lot of control down here, as Aki himself will be coming over to this side of the map as well.
Yeah, so good job just getting those wards down, get the vision, have vision on the Raptor camp. But the ultimate thing is they're not really going to be able to do much at the moment for Weibo, because OMG are on the map quickest. They got the reset in. We did see Juanfang actually use the TP, though. This is kind of the nice thing about the TP on your AD carry, is he had to reset, but he comes back in with a Noon Quiver. This will give him a bit of extra power to be able to contest the bot wave. You can see now Weibo are feeling confident. They know the AD carry has control of bot, or at least can match Abel. And we see On moving into the river with his team to try and set up some plays.
Yeah, no confidence to necessarily start it up exactly right now, but they are moving a lot of bodies from this mid lane, at least a roam from On towards this middle lane. But it's Aki starting up the dragon here because of that movement, and SOFM going for an invade. Won't find any jungle camps up that way, so this is a nice pickup for OMG as they move their bottom lane here to the pit.
Nothing to be taken, so really nice from OMG in that sense. Gromp is going to spawn, so SFM's going to head over to that one. But Fierce Dragon secured for OMG, definitely a big positive in just sort of, delaying potential soul for Weibo, also setting that as a win con for themselves. Shanji doesn't overextend there. He knows he's on the weaker side of the map, so he does not push forward, doesn't try to contest, just goes for the reset. It will put him a little bit behind, but at least he won't get punished.
Talking about punishment, Cold and Abel getting some decent damage when work on as they're just trying to press up as much as possible. Aki is floating down this way, but he's just going to turn back into the farming. And not as much skirmishing as maybe we thought there was potential to be between these two junglers so far. There's been more skirmishing in the top lane, which we expected, but this bottom lane as well. It's just been constant pressure for OMG so far, though.
Yeah, but I think it makes sense for the support matchup, but Huanfang's going to eventually get to the point where with a Q and a W, you just obliterate a wave, and they can never have pressure on you, which kind of gives Weibo, if OMG aren't able to push the pace of the game, it kind of gives Weibo the freedom to choose when they want to set the pace of the game. Because as I said, OMG don't have engage really on their composition. Like, you kind of relying on Aki or Cole just to run at the enemy team, which isn't the best. And if Weibo have a ton of wave clear, which they do, I mean, between Civ and Talia, it's so hard to push waves in. We could end up seeing a slower one. If Weibo decide they want to take it slower, it may end up going slower. And that's why OMG picking up the Dragon and this Herald in 40 seconds can be really important if they want to try and set the pace of the game, because tools like that are what let you push the pace forwards.
I will say, just as a caveat to this, and talking about like carries, at least for OMG, I got to give another little spotlight to Abel. On the Aphelios, he showed a really high mechanical ceiling, at least in terms of his execution, but he's been so integral to, in the lack of, or I guess disappearance of Cream to some extent this season, he's been the carry for this team a lot of the times. And I think on the Aphelios, he's set up for success in terms of comfort, but I need to see the execution. And against Huanfang would be a nice little notch to the belt, but I think this bottom lane is going to be so important to win this first game of the series for OMG. And speaking of winning, the Shy almost gets the solo kill in the top lane, and he tries to go for it. One more step, but he can't get it.
God, it's so close. This is what I expected for the matchup, but look at the lean from Weibo. Aki's waiting in the wings. He wants to stop a potential dive from just the Shy, but the rest of the team there, they know they have to be cautious, but pings come out. And now with the E coming out from Aki, they'll have full information. They'll see exactly where he is. They will back away, but the Shy already pushing the limits in that matchup.
Not as much damage on Abel yet in that one. Abel takes a little bit of damage there. And now it's good. Herald, about half health for OMG. SOFM showed his face for just a second. They do have a control ward in the pit. They're actually moving in here. Our Keeper's Verdict is not going to hit anybody, and that means that Weibo Gaming needs to get out of dodge.
Yeah, so Aki will secure it. This is really good for OMG. I'm glad they put that much priority in securing it. They also moved back Abel quite early. They realized that they were going to be able to get it. So SFM tries to knock away into maybe a steal, doesn't find it. Abel gets back in time, so he only loses one plate, a bit of CS. But OMG got the Herald. It's exactly what they need in this game. And if they keep this control on neutral objectives, that's what's going to be able to give them a fighting chance.
And find that control on the map against Weibo Gaming. And just continue to watch these laners really scale as Cream in the mid lane on the Victor will be a nice little addition to the plethora of tools that OMG have if they continue to get a lead for themselves. I'm really looking at the Rift Herald placement for Aki and where he wants to dump these resources, right? A lot of times we could see it towards bottom lane for Abel. I wonder if they try to transition and change this top lane matchup a little bit for Shanji, where really the options could be here, Ox.
I think it'd probably be mid. I feel like it's so important.
He's
like I
picking
said,
top.
because there's so much wave clear, I feel like mid would be the best call because you're not going to take mid tier 1 without a herald or at least second herald. And the sooner you get it down, the sooner you open up the map, the sooner you can contest control. So that's where I would like to see it. Ultimately, if Weibo make a big mistake, like let's say they take a fight and lose heavily, and you're like right next to bot tower, I can get it, right? You just take the gold you can get. But I think mid with the first herald, then second herald mid as well. You break that tier 1. That's going to be so important because I legitimately think if OMG don't break mid tier 1 with the herald, they will really struggle to ever break it, like for such a long time in the game. And we've talked countless times about how important mid tier 1 being down is for when you want to push deeper. You want to push that mid wave in, rotate out into the jungle, and fan out to get vision.
Look at this move from SOFM. Maybe trying to capitalize on Cream in the mid lane, but Dragon is up. A lot of vision control from Weibo Gaming and a lot of bodies down here, so they look to try to even up the neutral objective score maybe, but actually SOFM pathing up towards this mid lane again.
You can see Angel's just constantly been fishing for harass onto Cream.
Cream just wants the back.
He's pestering him constantly. And OMG hanging around bot, they might end up just put the Herald bot here. Yep, so not going to use it mid. Does mean that they'll be able to get some gold for Abel, but does come at the cost of keeping that mid lane tower in a more comfortable position.
I think this is a really nice infusion of gold for the bottom lane of OMG. And I think it's important for them because now they can try to use this presence to get this dragon. It will be second dragon of the game for them as well. And even with SOFM here, the back gets completed from Angel. He'll have TP to get back. He's actually TP.
Weibo can't fight this.
Yeah, bottom lane. Verdict. That end of the wall. Oh no. Aki over the wall as well. Dragon goes on. The ignite is perfect. On gets the kill. Weibo get the dragon. And they are on the board with first blood.
Yeah, and there's no way OMG could fight this because Cream's reset was stalled out constantly. Angel reset himself. Bought Ludens, TP'd in, and look at the 80 carries as well. Yes, Abel got that influx of gold, but he never got to spend it. So as a result, you had full mythic on Huang Feng, full mythic on Angel. Cream wasn't there with his. That was very much OMG trying to sneak away an objective they had no right to do. And so Weibo, they call them out and they steal the dragon away and they get a kill. Really nice for them. And it means, you know, we were talking about how Weibo set the pace. Weibo were gonna set the pace of the game. Cream?
So
yeah, we were talking about how Weibo are going to set the pace of this game by taking that dragon. It means OMG just, you know, their threat of soul is delayed for another 5 minutes at minimum. And we'll see the replay coming out. Oh, that is just a dead Aki. Guess not. Going back to live. Next focus is going to be on that second Herald. And I said earlier, Mazel, how important it was that OMG take that mid tier 1. That is often where second Herald is used, is in the mid lane. So I really feel like they need to set up for this. Huang Feng is there with the Kraken and they have this Nautilus. So Aki does manage to ult out, but the dragon gets stolen. That ignite is there to finish him off. And the only real constellation prize is at least is to support getting the gold. But you look and see that extra gold 2 on has meant he now has a full locket completed, which is a really nice spike, honestly, in those early fights. If you use a locket effectively, especially against things like a Victor, if you can, you know, either block the damage from his initial ultimate cast, if you can block Aki from getting a reset when he goes in for an ult, could be a lot of value in that.
Oh, bottom lane. Got to see the Gale Force use from Abel and
Mazel, even when it's a champion without a dash, he still has a dash.
He still has a dash. Oh no. Question for you though. Something that was curious in that last replay, maybe it's too far to call back to, but SOFIP started a back in the pit there as he was channeling the Keeper's Verdict. Is that just to like time it out a little bit faster, or do you have any idea? I thought it was really interesting. Maybe this isn't the time to look at it.
I'm going to be honest, I don't specifically know.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, it's just like in the middle of the fight, you get to see like a millisecond of a backstart. But anyways, we're back to this one. Speaking of back, and On is roaming up into the mid lane with Hwanfeng as they, have moved to the mid lane. Now, Cream's still holding here strong, but we got so many pings onto this Rift Herald pit right now from both teams. OMG, first ones into the pit at least.
This is the pivotal point. This is such a big objective to play for both sides. I think you really, really need to see OMG set up for this one and get it. Right now, they have control of the river area. And they do have... Shanji has just picked up the Triforce, but he is heading down towards bot lane and does not have TP. This could well just be a 4v4. Weibo take mid prio and then start to rotate over.
I love it because, like, you can't even see the pit because of all the pings from both teams going into it on the minimap. SOFM will be here to clear out the wards and start up the Rift Herald here. Aki is actually moving this way a little bit. They are bringing the Shy up all the way from bottom lane. Weaver's Wall across the way to block Aki from going in here. They want to try to get across the wall, but they can't do it just yet. Gold's now moving in. The Rift Herald get a little bit low. Oh, Aki steals it. Weibo go for the re-engage, though. This is a big Chaos Storm doing some work from Cream as well. And Abel is the one that picks up the kill. Onto the board is OMG, and they get the Rift Herald.
And now they can just head mid, slam it down. Bear in mind, Poppy can actually ult away Rift Herald, so the fact that SOFM's ult is down means this is probably the best window you're going to get. But yes, I said mid turret, really important OMG get this, and the Herald will likely be the tool that they need, and they are able to find it. So great steal from Aki, and great outcome for the side of OMG.
And during that whole thing, Shanji took the first turret in bottom lane as well. So they get 2 turrets on top of that. And all of a sudden, you get a huge gold influx from OMG to push forward even more. And that's a good setup for Abel and for everything we were talking about in the draft.
Yeah, but that does mean they gave up a lot of pressure around the Dragon area. Resets have to come in, and now Weibo playing for this Cloud Dragon.
He's doing some serious work now, though. Getting some damage in with that Loon's Echo. As they now are moving into the pit. Dragon did get started up by Weibo. They have vision on it because of that control board there, so they know what the health is at, and OMG pull away.
Look at the Unraveled Earth when it's thrown down. It just covers the whole choke. It's so frustrating. And, I think OMG are happy. I think they got what they wanted out of the situation. And as much as they lose out on the Dragon, I don't think they're too concerned. OMG doing a lot of work and now have about 2,500 gold lead in this game. This is everything they want, and I just want to see them keep pushing this momentum forwards in this one.
So a little bit of a point. We'll look at this replay really quick, and then I'll bring it up after. But it's a nice move from Angel to kind of block off the way for so long, and then SOFM to get the Braum out of there. But Aki just has beautiful timing to get in after that keeper's verdict.
And this is the thing, is that as much as I felt like I said OMG aren't the ones who set like the pace of the game because they don't have that engage. We saw Weibo try and go into them, and when you try and die Victor Aphelios, the damage is pretty absurd, and the Nautilus just got deleted, right? Again, this is a glacial augment Nautilus. You don't have aftershock. You don't have the extra bulky stats to help out to keep you alive, and Nautilus is quite a squishy champion.
See a bit of a 1v1 started up at this bottom lane. The needlework actually used, and Shanji in some trouble. He's still got the stack. The flash comes out from Shanji. He'll make it out alive. Oh, it's so close. Woo! It's like riding a Bronco here. The now bottom lane for this one. Holy cow.
And this is the point where Gwen really spikes now. I was talking about how her E refund is a lot lower earlier. It spikes when you
he's playing with fire. Shanji. He's going to use the cannon barrage. Does he get the outplay? This is the most intense little fight at 19 minutes in I've seen. I love it, but both of them actually back away, so a little bit of respect for them both ways.
Yeah, a lot bimp, but as I was saying, this is where Gwen really spikes. Your E is now maxed, which means you get 65% cooldown refund if you auto a target after using it. See, it's like a 9-second cooldown. Shy E's, you can see in the bottom left, and then autos, and it's 3 seconds. It's so short, and you can just keep dashing on Shanji. Now, OMG are looking to send some potential reinforcements, just so is Weibo.
No, Abel! Abel, go away! This is solo kill territory down here, okay? They're getting SOFM down here, too. So, both backing off a little bit. The Shy getting hit by the barrels there. Abel, we spotted out by SOFM, trying to get a back off in SOFM. That's something I want to bring up, is the proactivity of these junglers. We've seen a lot of not exact proactivity, but more so focus on the farming. Whereas, you know, in last series, it was Tien just being ruthless with the Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, Tien was really set on making plays happen, making ganks happen. That hasn't been as apparent here. And it has been a bit more about these neutrals waiting for them. And now it's 2 minutes till the next dragon. That's going to be what they lean on. I will say Cloud Dragon here, when you have like a lot of immobile carries, like a lot of things are movement speed based. Like we have so many ghosts in this game. Obviously, Sivir as a champion, he gets fantastic movement speed from her ultimate. Cloud Soul is actually pretty strong in this match. Now the Shy looking for Shanji again. I think he might just be gone.
Need to work with the slow is helping Shanji. Oh, the Shy taking some decent damage back though. He does get the denial of the barrel, and Shanji healing up, but it's not enough. The Shy gets the kill with a little bit of help from SOFM.
Yeah, manages to take that one, shuts down Shanji, and she'll be able to take this tower as well. And OMG aren't in position to do the Baron themselves, so they won't even really get anything off this. And this is the problem. You know, it's nice that they took that mid-tier 1, but it's so hard to push. It's so hard to push against what Weibo has. And we actually even see Huangfang having picked up a tier, so we don't normally see Sivir take a tier. I don't imagine. I think he's going to finish Phantom Dancer here, yeah. I don't think he's going to like build
he
mana
sold
immune.
it.
Oh, he sold it. I think he was just buying it for the mana. I think that was the reason. You don't normally see mana immune. Sivir is very much like a crit AD now. So I guess he just wanted some extra mana. It's a bit of a weird one. I haven't really seen it. But regardless, like Sivir has a ton of wave clear. Talia has a ton of wave clear. It's very hard to make things happen when SOFM is making a play on the other side of the map.
I'm seeing a contest for vision around this dragon pit. And we are about 45 seconds from it spawning. Aki having to get out there with the Heartbreaker. Won't have it for the fight.
Yeah, and it's not the biggest concern for Viego because, you know, when you get a reset, you get it back anyway. Or at least you get a use of it. But still, obviously, a bit of a negative. And now, OMG at least using the fact they have that mid-tier 1 down to push the wave in and then move into the river and get control. And this is vital for OMG. Whenever you're playing for these objectives, you want to be there first. You want Weibo to come into you where you have vision so you can kite backwards. You want to play that way with the Aphelios, with the Victor, have the enemy team run into you. And so it's nice that they're setting up early and trying to contest this priority. You can see Huangfeng doesn't really want to walk up the Abel, but notice this is a level 14 Sivir. Huangfeng's been power farming this game so far and is very powerful.
It's actually crazy how far in experience he is from Abel. They moved him to the mid lane so quickly, that TP keeping him in lane as well. The XP working out so well. Weaver's Wall again from Angel. Beautiful. Gets stopped off a little early. The Shy on the side here. The drag. Oh, nice Keeper's Verdict. Will bring Cream out of the fight. The Shy still has the side fight here in third dragon. Just goes easily to SOFM and Weibo Gaming.
I think it's something we've seen so fantastically done in the LPL is the use of the Weaver's Wall to cut teams off. And it's kind of a pairing with Poppy is the fact that you use the wall and you use the ultimate from the Poppy to just disrupt them. You knock the Victor away, you cut them off, but now OMG, they're looking for the Baron. I'm not sure about this play.
And also with the synergy of the Poppy, you can knock them into the wall. So there was no way for OMG to approach that one, but now they don't have those tools. OMG lacking a bit of confidence in the execution, though. They won't go fully in onto the Baron.
But they got what they wanted. They got the Shy's TP, so at least they took something out of this situation. It wasn't just a scenario where, you know, you're losing the dragon for nothing. But now, what are you doing?
In trouble here. The cannon barrage back into the gravity field. On just goes down. Another one for OMG.
Yeah, but I still say Weibo favored. They got the dragon, they got mid and top tower because OMG went towards the Baron, but now SOFM has to be careful, or maybe OMG does.
Setting up. They're setting up for the Shy. The Shy actually backs away there. SOFM, little sidestep. They're pinging. They're pinging.
Oh, Shy's still here.
This is so rough. OMG, they could be in some serious trouble here if they commit to this. They do have a decent amount of damage. Calibrum and Chakrams there now for Abel. Shanji coming down. The Shy is doing so much damage with the Needleworks, and he just eviscerates Aki. Snip, snip, goes your life. There's Moonlight Vigil on the side from Abel. OMG trying to get SOFM. They do get a trade back. A bit of an overextension for Weibo Gaming, even if the Shy was working on it.
Man, this Gwen is disgusting, by the way. That was one of the things buffed with Gwen, is the damage on her ultimate was actually the base and the AP ratio, I believe. And it's the fact that now, so before you had to damage someone between every single ult cast, but you see here, you don't anymore. You just have to wait a second. So in these teamfight scenarios, fire one off. And normally, Shy would have to hit someone. Instead here, you just fire the charges off. Nearly kills Abel there. Does kill Aki. And yes, SFM definitely overextends here, trying to look for a knockback. As the rest of them are zoned off by Abel with all those chakrams. But the fact that both junglers die, the game kind of resets to back to a neutral state. Mazel, we have 200 gold lead. It is neck and neck.
It's a big difference from what we've been seeing a lot of in the LPL. I love this. It is contestant every single step of the way, it feels like. And a lot of times, OMG playing to their strengths. We've seen some mistakes from both sides. I think that's what we're going to get in a very volatile game like this. But we've started to see some of those things we were talking about at the beginning of this series, right? The volatility from the top lane kind of bleeding into the rest of the team. The proactivity from the junglers really needing to be something we see. And looking at how these teams navigate the win conditions they've grabbed for themselves.
The problem I have is Shy is hitting critical mass, right? He is level 16 now. He's nearly got a Rabadon's. Nearly got 3 items. Wongfong is level 15 as an AD carry. He's higher than anyone on OMG, higher level. And he's got 3 items. That is the big spike on Sivir. When you have that Infinity Edge, you start to really chunk. And they all nearly got that Cloud Soul. And that movement speed is actually very impactful, right, for the champions on the side of Weibo. Look at how much it just murders through these waves now. Level 63 levels up on Abel, yeah. That's the problem, is that I felt like OMG would struggle to progress the pace of this game, and Weibo have some super scalers. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying OMG don't have strong scaling champions, but I am really concerned of how they're going to handle the Shy's Gwen, how they're going to handle Wongfong's Sivir here. And in a minute 10, it's going to be Soul. If they give it up, I think it's a big power boost for Weibo. They need to try and work out a solution to see if they can find a way in, find a favorable team fight for themselves.
And SOFM knows his win condition here, at least at these kind of lull moments. It's to hang around the Shy, hang around this mid lane, and see what they can get. He's fishing. And so that's a little bit of that proactivity that I felt was lacking from the Poppy pick in this second series of the day. But we're seeing that in the mid game to the late game decision making. He's trying to find something in SOFM.
But I mean, look at this. The Shy has a Rabadon's. Void Staff picked up for Angel as
That's
well.
Insane.
Big spikes coming in just before this dragon. Weibo want to contest this. They want to win this one. And fortunately, once again, OMG have got there first. As I said before, really important that they're first so that Weibo have to run into them. And we'll see if something can happen here. If the Shy ends up on a flank, it is game over for OMG.
They've moved Shanji in here to try to set up some of these barrel chains that, as you said, leaves the back door a little bit open for the Shy. This means OMG want to try to press into the mid lane. It's more this priority, but Cole can't get caught out. Look at the Shy. He's circling on the side. He will get spotted out by the control ward. They go in on, but that's everything used pretty much. Now they just get the Shy going in on all of them, and Cold almost dies. Doesn't get hit by the last needlework there. Chaos Storm was used. You got the Moonlight Vigil. You got the Heartbreaker. You got the Glacial Fissure. The only thing left is the Cannon Barrage here, but they want to try to contest over this dragon because that's just a free soul for them, and OMG have to give it up.
OMG lose positioning because of the Shy. He forces them out, and the dragon's taken now. The extra movement speed, 10% movement speed permanently for everyone on Weibo is pretty massive, but the burst of speed, if Wongfong pops his ultimate, can make such a large difference. And now
Angel.
OMG, once again, they move over to Baron to threaten it, but Weibo know there's no chance of that happening.
And if they would have stayed, if they would have overextended, the Weaver's Wall is quick to come out. The depth charge was available for On as well, so it's good that OMG actually turned to back away from that one. They will have to lick their wounds a little bit here as Weibo definitely come out on top with that one. Even if the goal discrepancy hasn't moved that much, it's the control that we're feeling in these fights that is leaning towards Weibo.
Yeah, it's the control, it's the experience in favor of Weibo, and also the fact that they have a Poppy in the jungle who for a long time you've seen SFM just sack his camps. He's like, I don't care, I'm a Poppy. Give them to my AD carry. And that's the thing you do on Sivir. The new Sivir, the way it works is you're like, the old 500 CS WinCon Sivir. That's kind of the thing. You just power farm with her and she becomes an absolute monster. in the later stage of the game. And OMG, they're going to try and contest some vision around the Baron area, but Weibo always so quick to respond and just offer presence in return and just let them know you won't do a Baron without being fought over it.
Yeah, the Cloud Soul helps so much in that, and just them, like, again, the fact that Poppy is just so darn quick. It just feels like she can be everywhere on the map at all times. It's actually crazy. And we're seeing Weibo move into this top side of the map to move in onto OMG. And they're just starting up the Baron because they know they can force a fight. There's not much OMG can do here as the Weaver's Wall comes across. Perfect timing, blocked by Cold though. As on the side has the depth charge. They need to try to get into the pit, but it's Baron already gone even through the cannon barrage over to Weibo Gaming. Oh, Shanji, you're getting in some trouble here. The Shy wants to go in. He's going in himself. He's snipping away. The Needlework's coming through too. Oh no, the knockup. Abel, you're caught. And OMG, they are done. That is Shanji flashing onto Angel, but he'll be smited to death by SOFM. And game one will end prematurely, it feels like, at this point, because it is Weibo Gaming pushing down the mid lane.
And Weibo knew they just had to wait. As soon as it got to the late game, with the comp they had, with the Shy on Gwen, Wongfong with his power farming Sivir, that they would dictate the game. And as soon as they decide it's time to go, they make the win. They just crush OMG in this one. And it really felt like OMG never found a solid foot into the game. A slow game, a controlled game. But honestly, it's a positive look for Weibo, who have sometimes been a bit more sporadic in how they like to play games out.
Yeah, and I love to see the smile on Huanfeng's face there. The smiles on all their faces, really. And a good mid-game, turn of the table for Weibo Gaming. And coming into this one, right, we did say this matchup is a lot closer in the table than the first series of the night was, and we got to see that, right? It was very hotly contested, but it was the little things that were working out in Weibo's favor. As we had said, the control around the map, the XP, the resource, division that they were using to really find the upper hand over OMG.
And I just think OMG had no engage and had no way of like pushing forward the pace of the game. I mean, to an extent, but it's like you had the Victor in the mid lane. You were kind of leaning into, okay, let's scale up, but you got outscaled, right? Yeah. The Gwen is even better late game than she was before. You saw what the Shy was doing in those fights, and the Sivir as well, just being able to free farm up to that point. I think the draft didn't do OMG any favors, but ultimately Weibo knew their win cons and just played to them perfectly. It didn't feel like they ever went too far forward, other than like a couple of moments from on. They for the most part just said, look guys, we're chilling. Just wait till 30 minutes, get Soul, get Baron, end.
So I want to go into that top matchup, though, a little bit more, because we put such a big spotlight on Shanji versus the Shy, but it definitely felt one-sided. Even in the 1v1s we were getting, Shanji a lot of the time having to use his cooldowns defensively. Do you see a big change going to game two to kind of combat the Shy? I mean, I said it in the first draft, like, there's not much you can do when it comes to banning this guy's champions away, but I need to see a little bit of life come out from Shanji.
I mean, one thing is the Shy was on red side, so he got counter pick, right? That's a big factor. Two is the Shy is insane on Gwen, so that's a problem. And three is you're playing Gangplank and Gwen. Like I even hit on it. You saw Shanti having some good trades early, but it wasn't enough. You really need to put this Gwen down in the dirt early, or she'll just become a monster. And like the junglers, like they really fight, but look at the jungle and support damage, even the AD carry.
Yeah,
right.
That's crazy.
There wasn't much fighting in this game, and that's because Weibo didn't want there to be fighting. They were just like, we're just gonna take it slow, lean into what our win con is, and then the Shy just became an absolute monster. It was like, that level 13 point where you saw him nearly solo kill Shanji. That is when your E is maxed. It's a 65% cooldown refund every time you auto after you E. And at that point, he can just run you down. He can just absolutely destroy you. And even the build, like the Rabadon's Void Staff, it's like, I want my ult to just one shot. And you saw what it did in fights.
It was actually crazy. And we were talking in the head-to-head between him and Shanji. Like, he is first in so many stats. And if you're looking at that bar, it's not normally all red, Ox. I don't know if you know that. It's not normally all on one player, but in this one, it was the Shy show on Gwen, and he shows why he's so valuable, but why he is also so dominant in moments where you're not seeing some of those fumbles come out for Weibo Gaming, and that consistently inconsistent narrative.
Yeah, and this is why it's concerning with how Gwen is right now, because the Shy is a player who, even if he has a weaker lane, he'll mitigate it. But then, like, if you put him on a champion who can scale that well, I don't know, dude.
I don't know.
I don't know. That's what you
know.
get.
Guess we'll find out how OMG respond. If Shanji will find an unlocking pick, if OMG can find some unlocking in this series. We'll be right back after a short break.
But Ox, we've gotten to the promised lands.
Yep.
We've gotten for your time to take over. Here's the host hat. Take it off.
No.
To you. And
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I have a fun little question around out.
Suits you.
So I'm going to sell the scenario to you, right? Coming up to World Finals, and what ends up happening is the entire crew, all the casters, end up getting some food poisoning. They can't cast. You're the only one left standing. And actually, it turns out there was a big party with casters from in all of esports. No casters from esports are available, and they're like, "Look, Dagda, look, Lyric.
What is this?
We need you to put together a cast for the finals. Budget is not an issue. You can have anyone in the world who is going to be your tri-cast for the world finals, but you can't use esports casters, right? And you have to justify. You have to say, okay, why should we, maybe spend all this money or bring in this person we don't really know? Why should this be our tri-cast for the world finals between AL and Top Esports?
I like how you just slipped that in at the end.
I mean, I have my answer. If I want to go first and give you guys time to think.
So I feel like I've already got a decent answer.
Okay.
I feel like you go for Henry Cavill, right? The dude's already a massive nerd, plays a bunch of games, looks fantastic on camera, has a silky smooth voice.
Yep.
Like, it just feels like a no-brainer to go for that guy. And like, I'm sure like he's involved in like watching online sports already. I think he plays a lot of, it's World of Warcraft he plays, not Warcraft 3. He's definitely
Warhammer, though,
somewhat familiar with MOBA mechanics. So I feel like he'd be the one you go for, right?
Well, so that's one of yours, but would you have him dress up in the full Witcher garb? Would you have him do that on foot? Or would you just plain clothes? Yeah.
He's going to show me up either way, so I don't think it matters what he's wearing, to be perfectly honest. If I'm standing next to him, like, it's all over anyway. That man is just going to outshine you regardless, so he can wear whatever he wants. Let's be realistic. Look, he's doing us a favor. Look, bring him in. It's all good. Whatever you're feeling.
Okay. Do you have your other part of the TriCast yet, or you just got that one for now?
I think that's just a one for now.
Okay, I'll do mine since I've had mine prepared. I've known this question before. Mine would be The Rock and Jack Black, right? That would be my TriCast. I don't know if you guys...
That's actually one of mine. I was going to go with The Rock as well. Keep explaining, but my God.
I love The Rock, man. I know everyone's like, oh, he just does the same movie. They're in the jungle. I don't care, man. I love those movies. I watched them all. If anyone's seen Jumanji, him and Jack Black absolutely rock that film. It's fantastic. It would just be so much fun. Jack Black has so much range. The Rock can do his smolder, the whole... Oh, man. And he's done wrestling. You know that he can just put on a show. I mean, obviously, it's expected he's an actor, but I'm gonna pitch this to Riot. This is my pitch to Riot, okay? If you want to put me, it doesn't have to be me. I don't even care, right? This isn't just about me. If you want to put The Rock and Jack Black on World Finals, sticking with Kobe, for example, everyone would tune in for that.
Can I take myself out of the TriCast and just add a third different person? Because I was gonna go a similar route. I had The Rock in it, but I was gonna go with The Rock's partner in crime. I was gonna go with The Rock, Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
And then as you were hitting on Jack Black, I thought, who's another person who's been in a movie with The Rock in like a random jungle or desert setting or whatever? Ryan Reynolds. Give me the Ryan Reynolds, Kevin Hart, The Rock TriCast of World Finals. I don't know what will be going on. Ryan Reynolds is so like matter of fact, and then adding The Rock and Kevin Hart, like, dude, it will be a banger. Dude. They can come host the last hit. Come, The Rock, if you're listening, come take over. Hit up Ryan Reynolds and Kevin Hart. Get in here.
Dude, imagine as well, Kevin Hart would be like, yo, you sure you can see? Can you reach the monitor? And like The Rock would pick him up. Oh man, I can imagine it. It's in my head.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're descending upon me. Then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me. But then I realize it's okay.
对啊，OMG 的话，就在 BP 上面，就是针对他们就是他们特别喜欢选中的阵容嘛，然后就是在 BP 上面针对，然后在对线期我们应该就是找可以针对一下吧，因为他们就是下半区比较喜欢特别凶嘛，然后可以在下半区跟他们针对这种。
Talking about the focus in the draft, but it was an absolute focus from Weibo Gaming. A little bit topsy-turvy throughout a majority of that game, but then it was a quick downslope in favor of Weibo Gaming as they came out 1-0 victorious over OMG. None other than the man in the top lane, the Shy, on the Gwen, will be coming away with the MVP of game number 1. And, you know, at this point, I'm just bowing down.
Yeah, I kind of find there was obviously a lot more scrap in the top lane, but I find it kind of crazy how much damage he did. I mean, the damage percentage is insane because no one else really did that much damage. But just like in those fights, the ultimate was so absurd, especially once you had the Rabadons. And that's the thing with the new Gwen. She scales better, higher AP ratio on the ult, and more usability. And when you have someone like the Shy, who is, I think, in my opinion, hands down best Gwen in the world, he's just an absolute monster. And, you know, there was the early setup from Tian that got him ahead. But it was the fights where he really started to shine. These moments where you can connect the ultimate and it just massacres them. It's just not okay.
It's actually crazy how much damage he was doing with those needleworks.
Look at this. Look at this damage on Abel as well at the end. Just gone.
Bye-bye. And I guess that's where you see that
Gwen is a demon,
domination.
honestly.
Yeah, honestly. You see that domination that comes out from Weibo Gaming in those, you know, we were pretty far into the game without much being decided to that point. Besides the soul and some of those general control, you know, characteristics, it was really interesting to see how Weibo piloted that, and especially around the Shy. But that also means that we have to refocus in on OMG for game number 2, because their strategy, while playing on paper, it seemed, didn't work out in execution. And you've got to find a way to either stop the top lane massacre, figure out something more proactive or more stable for Abel, and really get him into a position of power. Because we could see,
Abel.
yeah, I know, right? Because you could see that, you know, he was a carry factor for them, but they just couldn't pilot the team fights in benefit.
I have an interesting fact for you, by the way, Mazel.
What is it?
Do you know Poppy is 100% win rate, and she's been picked all 3 games so far today?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, do OMG know that? I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out in this next draft, because I don't like the Viego first pick. I think, like, you know, don't get me wrong, OMG, I'm not going to sit here and say they played it perfectly, but I think the draft did them no favors. You had no agency. Like, what is your way of starting a fight? It was literally, if Weibo run into them, that is the only way they start a fight. And Weibo were just like, okay, we will never run into you. I think it was like once or twice where On didn't get the memo, but the rest of them were like, cool, we'll just farm. Oh, look, we have a Sivir who has 400 CS, level 17. Oh, look, we have the Xion Gwen in the late game, level 18 with the Rabadons. Like, cool. Right. That was it. It was just, let's farm and win. That's all Weibo needed to do, and OMG could never shift them from that.
But that's where that proactivity I was wanting to focus on in the junglers came into play so much. And like the fact we were seeing both of these guys, yes, with some skirmishes going on, but a majority of the time they were fine just full clearing their side of the jungle and continuously scaling up. Whereas for OMG, that's not what I necessarily want to see. And maybe getting baited a little bit into the Viego pick. I think, you know, Weibo Gaming were ready with the Poppy pick immediately after that one. And it obviously Viego being one of SOFM's most played, you would think that Aki could maybe try to find something on maybe the Wukong if it gets let through or things like this. Something that can find that proactivity that I don't feel like we got to see in that first game, even if it was a possibility to see.
We're on a new patch. So, like, Viego, yes, it was SOFM's most played, but he also showed he was fine not on it. But it also got nerfed, right? Viego got nerfed. We've seen Poppy rise in priority. Keep up with the times, right? That's what I'm going to say. It feels like that's been the common theme of today, is one side is like, okay, we know not what is strong in the patch. Poppy, super strong. Gnar, super strong. Talia, super strong. And then the other side is like, maybe we just first pick Viego, first pick Lee Sin, and it is just such a hamstring. You just need to adapt. And what frustrates me as well is it's not like these picks are like brand new. Like at least the Sivir, I think Sivir's not the best argument because 80 carries you can just slot in anywhere. But at least Sivir is like a rework champion that is kind of new, right? We haven't seen in a while. But Talia was meta, then she got nerfed, she was still getting played, now she got buffed again. Poppy has been played in the jungle since last year. It's obviously risen in priority massively, but it's been around, and Nara has been played forever. So like, I feel like, the Nara one doesn't really apply to OMG, but these are not like brand new picks. These are not like fresh, hot off the press. These are just the meta right now, and OMG has to respect it. They have banned the Talia at least away in this situation, and they will first pick that Thalios.
Yeah, so OMG back on the blue side, trying to find at least something in this draft for them to hold on to. I like the Talia ban, the closest ban, the Nara ban. Obviously, it is a first pick priority for Weibo Gaming to get this Poppy for SOFM. And with some of those target bans, the Zeri, the Samira, the Silas, it's back to the Sivir here for Honfog. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Ox.
Yep, I I agree with that one. At least in this situation, though, Talia's not going to be there. You do have the ability to answer to the Poppy. Trundle is a pretty good answer. It's also very good in the Sivir. Bear in mind, Sivir's short range, and you can put the pillar behind her. So Aki will take that. So I already like this a lot more. And toying with the idea of the Alistar. So the Alistar's horrific into Poppy, because obviously you can block your combo, but very good into Sivir. So I like this adaptation from OMG. And now Weibo, your choices here. You can take a support, or you can look towards mid or top, and then try and ban away counters. Looks like they might end up going for the Ahri here. Would be very powerful based on the fact that like you can just kite away from Alistar. You should never really connect with you. The pillar is, a minor inconvenience into you, and so they will lock that one in. But already, this is a better draft from OMG by far.
It is. I still think you get a lot of that mobility that worked out for Angel in that first game. You obviously don't get the Weaver's Ball to cut off fights and whatnot, but we've also seen Ahri be so ridiculously impressive in the LPL. Now into the second phase of bans, though, we get some obvious focuses. They've got the Sejuani on lock. We'll see if the Gwen does get banned away, and there it is.
They had to, Mazel. I wouldn't be able to handle it if they didn't ban that one. So a lot of good things coming out of this one. Now, I think they might ban the Yuumi as well. I do think Yuumi's less of a concern when you have the Alistar to like punish, but Yuumi Sivir has been a super strong combo. Yuumi Poppy is actually a very strong combo as well. She's so tanky and so fast with a Yuumi on top. Yeah, you're getting away. We do see the GP ban coming out from Weibo. Bear in mind, OMG did ban Kennen last time, and that has been left open and available.
Yuumi was banned last time too, and if they don't ban it here, there's a lot of options left on the table.
I could see Weibo picking Yuumi if it gets left here, so I probably would ban the Yuumi. I wouldn't be as concerned, especially you have an Alistar to Kennen. Alistar's really good into Kennen to knock him away, so I would probably just ban the Yuumi and play it safe. As much as like there's ways for Cole to punish the Sivir, I still wouldn't want to toy with it. But
Wow. All right. Well,
I would honestly, I think the Yuumi is actually a good call here. I think you have like this lane in the bot lane that's going to scale up massively and just be a menace. Yuumi Poppy is a pain. We'll see if they opt to go in that direction or they want to play it a bit safer, because it would leave the lane potentially a little vulnerable.
True, especially a nice little headbutt pulverize onto the Sivir, which we were talking about in the game 1 of the series when Alistar was banned away. There's a reason why against the Sivir it was banned. Now it is the Rakan though, a little bit of that support, a little bit of that give and take for Weibo Gaming and for On, which I can appreciate. But we're looking at the final 2 picks for OMG, and specifically looking at these solo laners, as we've already gotten the jungle in the bottom half at least. It is the Kennen to start it off for Shanji.
Yeah, so pretty good into Sivir, because it's very hard to like actually spell shield his burst, because you don't really, protect yourself from one proc of the ultimate. So powerful in that regard. A lot of team fighting. We'll see what they opt to go for the mid lane. They were hovering the Swain before, which I think makes a lot of sense. But the problem is Poppy can knock it away. But like once you get on top of the likes of the Sivir, it can be problematic. So we'll see though. It looks like they might go for the Victor again for Cream. So not the most agency in the mid lane. And now we get to see what the Shy is going to bring out into the Kennen. Once again, he's been given counter pick.
Let's go. I would love to see it. Just as a confidence pick. Just as a, look, you can do it, but I can do it better kind of style. But it's probably just a little bit of a hover, a little bit of a cheeky mental gap against Shanji here for the Shy. But in all actuality, you got to look at what this pivotal pick is going to be in the top lane. And it is the Jace that actually comes through seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, so something with a bit more range that will trade decently well into the Kennen. But less team fighting power, I will say. So Weibo will likely want to just, play around waves, have Civic clear, look for pick potential, and then poke out. But OMG have a really strong team fight, and I think OMG have navigated this draft far better. There's still some things, the Victor isn't the most active pick in the mid lane. The Alistar into Poppy may cause some trouble in team fights, but far better than they had in game one. And I don't think Weibo can just sit back and expect a free scale on this one.
So I guess looking back to that proactivity we want to see, I still think the Poppy can be so ridiculously strong in a situation like this. And I do like that we see the positive turnabout from OMG in terms of their drafting style and their synergy. But the biggest thing is execution. And I think there was still a lot to be said in terms of the execution department for OMG in game number 1.
Yeah, it's not just draft. There's definitely a lot more things they could have done. Regarding the Poppy, though, the reason Trundle's obviously such a good matchup is, the ult. The fact you steal resistances from Poppy can be so devastating. And OMG have, really strong team fight. The front line for Weibo is pretty much the Poppy. I guess, they have... the Rakan is too squishy to absorb any damage. Anyone who steps up to OMG will just get flattened. And they have the engage, they have the backline threat. So I think Weibo are the ones maybe a bit on the back foot here. And we'll have to see them find the angle. They still have that super scaling Sivir. They have a lot of tools with the Ahri, with the Jace. But burden is really on them. And especially SFM to see what he can do in the jungle.
Let's find out that jungle matchup. That proactivity we'll see from Aki and SOFM. As game 2 of our last series in week number 7 of the LPL Summer Split is here. OMG versus Weibo Gaming. And OMG at least keeping consistency in the mid lane with the Victor pick that you'd highlighted earlier. But for me, it's, again, re-looking at the first 15 minutes of the game that we saw in game number 1, where both junglers very happy to just go for the farming aspect. Go for, the late game scaling or trying to get there at least. And I wonder if we get a little bit more of that in this one, even if we were talking about getting some more proactivity.
I'm not sure. I would think that OMG, both sides would want to set the pace a bit more. I think that, OMG struggled to, but Weibo just didn't need to. But I would think in this one, we'd see a bit more early contention and the junglers trying to make things happen more frequently. Speaking of making things happen, it's already starting.
All right, so they're actually bringing on up here, and Aki throws up the emote. They're also bringing Shanji over, but he'll take a trade from the Shy early on in that level 1. But Aki is just fighting over the Chicky Nuggies. I don't think he knows that he has his own.
And it appears we had a split, but Aki used the smite, so Aki got the big one and got way more XP. So Aki's close to 2, but close to 2 means nothing until you are 2. Aki trying to do his best, but now SFM is the one with smite. So Aki wants to hit level 2 of the little Krug and then try and fight this.
I don't think
he doesn't get level 2.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen this ever at some extent where both junglers just kind of follow each other around. It'll be a thumbs up from Aki after he had to burn the flash to get out, realizing Weibo Gaming were collapsing.
Yeah, that was some of that duo jungling we used to see, except the junglers on opposite teams. And you could see the thought process, right? Invade, get the level 2 from the Krugs, and then you could just beat SOFM up. But unfortunately, the Shy moves first. Understandably, it's on his side of the map. And then Aki has to flash away. So not much of a payoff from that situation, I'm going to be honest. But I respect the attempt.
Angel playing with fire in the mid lane a little bit. Getting traded down pretty heavily by Cream. We'll see SOFM finally finishing his red side clear here. And wonder what kind of revenge he's going to be looking for out on the map as Shanji putting some heavy trading into the Shy. We see pings from SOFM to mid lane, and Cream not expecting a thing. Does have flash available. Will have to burn it, but he burned it too early. Cream, he's going to go down first. Blood for Angel and Weibo Gaming. Oh, double headbutt pulverized in bot lane though. Abel has the caliber to put some damage back, but it's just a trade. And that is a huge turnaround mid lane for Weibo.
Yeah, really nice. You burn the flash from Cream as well, which is a point you can punish as the game goes on. Cream was playing the 1v1 really well, but that's the thing with League of Legends is in a 1v1 game, and he just got a little bit tunnel vision. The Shy actually heavily losing this trade, and he's gonna have to recall a bit further away, or you're just gonna get flash queued.
And I will say, you know, looking at this top lane is really interesting, but I want to go back to the mid lane conversation because it has been a lot of, you know, thoughts and conversation around Cream, who was this standout mid laner for OMG, where now we're seeing a lot of the other pieces form up around him. And you used to talk about him in his lane phase, right? Some domination we would see, especially on the picks like the Akali, which I feel like we can say for a lot of LPL mid laners. But in moments like this, just not really respecting the lane. And that's a bit of the difference. We've seen kind of a devolution of Cream.
Yeah, I will say I've always felt like Cream was a better team fighter than he was necessarily a laner. But yeah, like you could see him applying the pressure in the 1v1, but ends up being so costly. He has tried to move to these mages because that was a big concern with him, is Cream on mages rather than like the assassin meta. The fact Salas is a meta, you know, it's good, but it's permanently banned. So a bit unfortunate. And I wonder if Weibo going to repunish this, because I think you have so much window to like really challenge Cream again before his flash is back up, especially because eventually Angel's going to hit level 6 and that flash still won't be available. So hard to play around that as a Victor when an Ari can just ult onto you and land the charm.
And you can already see pings from SOF. He's coming right back to mid lane because he knows
Angel
that this
can
is the
charm
punishment.
flash, yeah.
Cream, again, disrespecting a little bit here. And there's the charm flash. There's into the wall. More stuns going Cream's way. And they'll get him again.
As long as someone has flash, whether it's Poppy or the Ari, it's so easy to set up that play in that situation when Victor doesn't have his. So really nice regank coming out from Weibo, and now a pretty sizable advantage. Angel had a CS discrepancy that has now been made up. Angel now has a kill and assist, and we're seeing that proactivity you were looking for, Mazel.
They are punishing the overextensions from OMG so far. Gotta still think a little bit about the top lane though, and see hopefully if the team fighting aspect comes out for OMG. See if they try to force fights around the neutral objectives, try to play into the hand a little bit, but they still have some scaling to do for their side, and I think this next little bit's gonna be a tough trek.
Yeah, I think now Weibo know that Cream is in an uncomfortable spot. He still doesn't have his ultimate, and I mean, sorry, not ultimate, flash, and Angel has his level 6, so you have control of mid, and you can lean that pressure into the neutral objectives. That is kind of the play pattern I expect Weibo to go for, but you can honestly just gank Cream again if he steps up in the mid lane. Now, Cold will move here to help secure the scuttle, which is nice. Obviously, if Weibo try and set up for the Herald in a minute 40, you will see them. But ultimately, still in a bit of a pain point. And this wave mid is pushing out, so Cream's going to have to walk up once again. SFM is mid.
They are just dogpiling.
Too. This is so mean. Maybe On's flash this time is the one they go for.
Don't step up, Cream. Just don't do it. You don't gotta do it. You don't need to do it. They don't even see SO or On right there in the bush. Now they do because Cold walks up to it. But it was almost a another turnaround gank on the Cream. Won't be so this time around as Aki moving down to this bottom lane. SOVM just patiently waiting here, but On needs to be a bit careful as Dragon setup could be coming for OMG as they clear out the vision.
Oh,
no,
Cream walks
no,
up though.
No! It's the point blank charm! Oh! Feels like his team just left him, or like goes to Dragon and Cream stays mid and he's like,
0-3-0. And OMG get the Dragon, but it's first Dragon. It's not that big of a deal. SFM just doing a On should be out, yes, you recon. On has done SFM has done a fantastic job of like, you burn that summoner and you regank. I remember Tien did a similar thing when he was playing towards top lane. I can't remember who was against specifically, but you know, Flash was burned and he was just there again and again on repeat. And he was like, I am going to ensure that this person dies endlessly for it.
I have a fight back though. I have a fight back because like this is I feel like, and you know me, I'm usually very positive, right? But it feels like a bit of lack of respect from Cream, a little bit of lack of paying attention, because the reason, like, we don't see these punishments come through often because a lot of time they're respecting the fact that they don't have the flash down. But this time around, you know, it's been
the problem is, Mazel, what can you do when the wave is pushed out?
Yeah.
Like, the team were there, but they need to help him crash the wave. The team didn't help him crash the wave. This is the problem. It's like, okay, I'm happy to throw some flame towards Cream for this. Oh, okay. This
Oh
is very
no.
egregious.
Okay, it's not gonna be.
He's fine, but you know, I'm happy to throw some flame towards Cream. But there's times this particularly happens a lot in the top lane, but it can work here in the mid with a mobile mid, where like your lane is in a bad spot, and if the enemy jungler shows up, there is so little you can do.
Yeah.
You need your team to bail you out. And I'm not going to say that this is a complete situation in that regard, where like there was nothing Cream could do, but he definitely was put in an uncomfortable spot, and his team didn't help him push the wave out. Like maybe he could have just moved to Dragon. But yeah, he's being punished, and I think Weibo have done a fantastic job of it. But OMG didn't really respond in the best manner.
And now it's how do OMG dig themselves out of this hole, right? You were seeing bottom lane. They even almost got engaged on by Huanfeng and on. SOFM continuously pressuring since we saw those early ganks, and now he's trying to take away Aki's jungle yet again.
But now he has free roam because they won the mid matchup so hard. He can do this because he knows if Cream moves, he dies. Cream doesn't want to walk away from his tower at any point this game. And as a result, you permanently have mid on first move now. Yeah, Aki's looking. They'll know he's doing this.
Like
right?
they
even
literally
see it come out in the
saw him
charge.
walk over it.
Yeah. Goodbye, Aki.
Okay, we'll see what. Yeah, it's just Aki going down. This is a sad, moment, I guess, for OMG, but it's a beautiful triumph for Weibo Gaming because they have just run away with the second game. Whereas in game one, we were talking, the biggest point for us was it was so back and forth. It was so skirmish heavy to some extent where we were getting trades in objectives, trades in kills. But this one, it just feels like Weibo Gaming leaping off of that game one victory.
It's just fantastic play. I've got to be honest. It's fantastic play. And I love, if you take over the mid matchup this hard, there's no recovery. It's like, because, okay, you play towards bot. Well, your mid's going to be there first. So you're going to win. You play towards top. Well, your mid's going to be there first. So you're going to win. And Cream just can't move. And so we see this play obviously not spot on the vision. But even so, this is the hard thing. Is Aki's like, oh, I can just walk in here. I can go for the Herald. I guess maybe assumed that
just
the
had
was
no
on the
idea.
bot side.
Yeah,
no information. But the problem is, like, you go for a play like this because you're like, oh, maybe my top lane has prio. But Cream is not a champion at this point of the game, and SFM times it perfectly, uses that control ward he places to get the vision, slams him into the wall, into the charm. Nothing you can do. But now we're seeing a fight here. Aki wants to make something happen. He'll get the blue. That's not really much of a consolation prize.
You got Gale Force completed for Abel, so maybe try to use that power spike a little bit as the first one to have completed the mythic item in the game, but they don't really get much besides that blue buff, and Weibo just move back in, clear out that vision, and we'll see back into the laning phase.
It's something. I'm glad at least OMG are being proactive. Like, I'd hate that they just stopped trying to do things, but it's still not the ideal position to be in. And now Weibo have Herald still. They also have Dragon spawning in 50 seconds, which I know they'll want to secure. So let's just see whether they place the Herald down prior to the Dragon to get control. But I'm not sure you'd need to when you have Angel being so much stronger than Victor. You could possibly just go for the Dragon. If OMG contest and you win the fight, then you get like a really nice opportunity to use Herald. But we'll see what they opt to go for. For the time being, neither top laner has TP. They haven't really done much to sort of move around the map. They've kind of just been stuck in the lane.
I'm still so sad we're not getting that crazy volatility in the top lane like in game number one, but hey, it is decided how it is. And Cold taking some combat against SOFM. Abel had to utilize the Gale Force, and he still gets locked up. He's able to heal back from that Severum, and On gets taken down by the Infernum trigger. And there you go, on the mid lane, back onto Kareem, and he's just going to die. That's SOFM claiming yet another life in the mid lane.
And the tower mid's already low. With the Herald, this is going to be like extremely low in HP.
Nice little engage. The Keeper's Verdict actually stopped there. I want to see if they could try to take down the Rift Herald. They do, so stopping the mid lane push a little bit more. Aki gets the second dragon of the game for OMG, and Huanfeng caught out a little bit there.
So Weibo's bot lane make a big flub because them going for a play that was completely unnecessary, right? They try and force when there's just two members and OMG able to respond. The fact that Abel didn't even have to burn flash so shows why that play was unnecessary. And we'll see a replay of it. So they just clearly see him and they're like, oh, we can go for him. He has Gale Force and flash, right? This play just, if he really wanted to, he could have disengaged, but he decided to go for it because he knew he had the backup from his team. On didn't need to make that play happen. But then you see the mid lane. Cream's obviously trying to lean over to help, but that just results in him being caught out. Herald there as well means they get mid tower so low. But OMG do get the dragon at least. So they put the soul a long way out of the reach of Weibo. But you can see here Angel and On just threatening the tower. It's going to go down pretty soon. They're trying to get the final plate.
Yeah, it'll be first tower and all the plates for the mid lane and Weibo Gaming. That's a continuation of the gold lead that they've built for themselves, almost 4,000 now. We're going to replay that mid lane. Oh, he died again. I didn't even realize it.
Wow.
They capitalized on his flash play for like the 5th time, it feels like.
That's the sad thing. Is Vizeli died before, he bit his flash, and now it's like, oh, another 5 minutes of no flash. And I feel like this is rough. This is rough.
How did it get here? That's like my biggest thought process in this whole thing.
I'm going to be real, Mazel. I was ready to give Cream a bit of a pass. Like, look.
I heard it.
He's being punished. It's not all onto him. It's how the team sets him up. Weibo doing a fantastic job, whereas OMG not really facilitating him. But that only goes so far. He's 0-5 at this point, Mazel. He has to take some personal responsibility, I should feel. Yeah. And look on the other side. Angel 4-0-2 with the 8-stack Dark Seal. This Ahri is a monster. This Poppy is going to feel immortal. And OMG, not feeling good about this one when they already 1-0 down in the series.
Abel might get caught here on the side, but he's able to navigate a little bit more out here as Cold and Aki now into trouble. Cold getting engaged on Aki, has to flash almost immediately. He's trying to use the subjugate. Abel gets 1 kill in, but now he's left all by himself as the keeper's verdict knocks his support out of there. And Angel gets the kill on to Abel. Aki now in some trouble himself. Angel, who's going to get his Huanfeng? And that's even more dubs going Weibo's way.
Yeah, On not having the best time, very squishy, and you can see Abel just tries to blow him up whenever he gets the chance, but the rest of the team are there. This Poppy Ahri are just too strong at this point, and there's no conceivable way OMG win a 5v5. There's a 4k gold lead already. The Shy is starting to hit with that Eclipse. And remember, this is where the lane gets a bit more difficult for the Kennen. We saw early Shanti was winning out, but now with the Eclipse finished, the Shy has sustain. So if you go for these heavy trades, the Shy will just heal back up, and you won't as the Kennen.
It's just actually ridiculous. Like, there's just nothing you can do in that kind of situation. And on top of it, On is coming over here to babysit the Shy, just in case they need to get an extra engage on the Shanji, and making sure that they have leads across the map. They're like, all right, the Shy hasn't gotten a kill yet. He's not gotten participation. We need to get him involved in the game. Huanfeng taking this opportunity, though, to take the bottom side tower as well.
Yeah, so picking up some more gold. Second Herald up, likely going to be objective to play for. At this point, Medjai is picked up by Angel. He does have that 10 stack, so got the extra movement speed. And remember, you get free movement speed when you W an Ahri, so having the extra movement speed available to the Medjais makes you very hard to pin down, very hard to connect onto. And now, we're going to take this Herald. No contest ready going to come through. But there is Dragon in 50 seconds. That is the point that Weibo need to think about, because OMG getting closer to a soul as this game goes along.
They are, for sure. It's a slow and steady build, but is the Cloud Soul. And I still feel like, obviously, priority a little bit different in that aspect of it. But third tower taken from Weibo, keeper's verdict, sends Aki out of the Rift Herald pit, and SOFM picks it up yet again.
I think what's really strong as well about the Medjais is it counts as a legendary item. So it's super cheap, obviously, because it's only worth it if you have stacks. But you know how the Luden's mythic passive is extra magic pen? Like, at this point, Angel has insane amounts of damage, and they're looking to use it.
SOFM, he gets Aki, and the flank from Angel. He goes golden to dodge out of the Moonlight Vigil. The Shy has found Cream on the side. They are picking apart OMG 1 by 1. Abel is left but dead. Shanji finally shows up. Weibo Gaming are avalanching into OMG. They are taking it down. Slicing Maelstrom slices nothing. And that's the inhib tower in mid lane. They're looking to push for the end. This is 18 minutes into the game.
They might go for it. It's only Cold alive. They might take a tower. I think they take a tower and back away.
No way they go for it.
No way.
No,
there's no minions. There's no minions.
There's no way.
There's no minions.
Yeah, and the Shy just dies to the tower too. So it helps in that case as the defense comes out for OMG. They throw out the question mark ping a little bit there, but SOFM was working on the Dragon the entire time. He got to watch his top laner die.
But they get an inhib tower as well, which, I mean, sorry, not inhib, Nexus tower, which makes it very scary. Like, you could easily just have someone rush mid and end. But I love this play. They see the window to go for this flank from Angel. The charm doesn't connect, but you have an Ari. As long as you start getting some kills, you're going to have the chase down. Angel dashes away here, but then starts to get the resets coming in. The damage is there. Cream dies once again, and look, resets for Angel. They just obliterate OMG, and then they even go further. You know, they have the Herald in pocket. Why not kill Shanji too? They manage to take the cannon out. Then they push further. Oh, it's just devastating. It feels like Weibo time. It's kind of like we saw in game one. As soon as they decide they're going to win the game, they just go for it.
It is absolutely Weibo time here at 19 minutes and 20 seconds in. Now, I just, as a side note here, just to help everybody out here, fastest game, 21 minutes, 25 seconds. V5 versus Team WE. I think we're going to be way past that at this point with WE, or at least Weibo Gaming, sorry. Having some struggles probably to finish it out now that they have broken up so much, but you can see they are not stopping the aggression. They are continuously pressing in, and Cold is completely caught out. So I don't know, maybe we're a little bit closer than I thought.
Yeah. Oh, and he blocks the headbutt.
Wait, Shanji slicing Maelstrom on the side. On goes in, distracts him as well, and it's a front to back here for Weibo Gaming. Look at Hanfong on the side. Moonlight Vigil with the Inferno. Going to do a decent amount of damage, but OMG, no, that was so close to getting Shanji down. It's just that poke and prod the whole time. Angel in top lane pushing down the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, bear in mind, that's with Angel not there, and they still were going to win that fight. The gold advantage is massive, but Angel is the person who's strongest right now. 22 stacks on the Medjais, 3 items. Cream has just a Ludens. Cream has just a Ludens in inventory. This Victor doesn't stack up, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I would say that is safe to say because this game has been a bit of a clinic from Weibo Gaming. We'll actually see, I believe, the setup that found out Cold, and then they just collapsed completely onto him. But we see, speaking of collapsing, Weibo Gaming is collapsing onto the Baron.
And you just can't get anywhere near. You have no towers anywhere close. Like, you just have to run through this jungle we have no vision in. And it's going to be gone by that time. Baron is actually very slow because only Angel's on it. They kind of need to get Hong Kong, but yeah, they're so scared to approach because they know if they walk into a brush and someone's waiting for them, which is a common trait of SOFM, to just wait in brushes for you, then they will die. So Baron secured, OMG going to be late, and actually if they end up running over here, they might just turn onto them afterwards.
Baron is secured by Weibo. On was looking for the engage on the side. They actually are pushing in this top side here to try to get another inhib down, while the Shy is also pushing the bottom lane. Pretty much free at this point. Cream stepping up here as Aki and the rest of OMG, they want to try to make a play onto Weibo. They're trying to force it here. TP's now coming in from the base, from the Shy. Cold all by his lonesome. We talked about how OMG get picked apart in fights a lot of the time. A big slicing Maelstrom gets Keeper's Verdict out of there, and he has to watch from the sky as the rest of his team is taken through. It's Cream, it's Abel, but not for much longer, and there ain't no Abel today. Weibo Gaming will smash this series, and they'll take a 2-0 victory.
Decimation, and the fact that we see SOFM knock the cannon away, that was a saving grace. That was a moment I was like, maybe they're all clumped cannon here. No, yeeted out of the fight, and Weibo, man, crushing series. Game 1 was slow and thoughtful. Game 2 was annihilate Cream, throw everything at him, and just take over the match. Very convincing series from them, and a nice win to push them up in the standings.
Easy peasy does it. Weibo Gaming, again, just the clinic. And I think in terms of OMG, you can have a lot you want to pull away from this one, but for Weibo Gaming, at the top of the day, we said solidification, consistency. Where is it? How do we find it for Weibo Gaming? Where do we see them really step up, and how do we see them finish out the rest of the season? And a win like this, albeit against, you know, a closer in the standings team like OMG, it's a huge victory for them to realize, like, we can smash opponents like this. We deserve to be at the top of the table.
I mean, currently OMG at 9th. Even with this loss, there's still a decent chance they make it into playoffs. So the fact that we see Weibo so convincingly crush them, like into the ground, really high sort of good omen for them. And I think I've had my reservations about Weibo. They beat V5 and I was like, well, I mean, they have the Shy, and also, is it just like a fluke, right? Was it just the Shy 1v9ing? Can we be convinced by this? And I think today's series kind of illustrates that, you know, this team can really dominate and will be a scary force going towards playoffs. Because I think everyone in the mind is looking at the top 4 we have from spring. Top Esports, JDG, V5, RNG. That is the conversation that people are having. Those are estimated to be our 4 representatives of Worlds. It makes sense. They were there in spring. They're currently top 4 right now in the standings. But Weibo putting in a strong argument that they cannot be disrespected. SFM and Angel just bullying Cream, I'm going to reveal at this point. Just not allowing him to play League of Legends. I think 0-7-0 at the end of that one. So really establishing control. And I think I love we saw 2 sides. This was the Weibo with agency shutting down Cream, getting the lead. Game 1 was the, oh, we don't have to do anything. Let's just chill until we're ready. And I love it's like the Weibo time. It's like as soon as they decide, right, it's go time, they just blow the game open.
Also, you know, little fun fact, going back to what you were talking about earlier. Poppy looked pretty darn good. Just say it, Ox. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Poppy 100% win rate today. Picked all 4 games. Interesting. To be fair, I think at least OMG took the trundle into it, which is pretty good. But yeah, I think we're starting to see really the power. Like, we saw 12-13 hit. We got a taste. We saw a couple of things. Now we're starting to see the difference between the teams who have worked out what works and the teams who aren't quite as up to speed. I think first series was very indicative with Ultra Prime struggling. But even this one, Weibo very clear on what they want to prior on the patch. That Poppy is a massive pick, and we are seeing teams dominate with it.
Again, it was just the way that SOFM and Weibo piloted both these games in the series. You could see such cohesion in a lot of the decision making for them, and it's something where that consistency we've called into question before is part of that question. But I think in moments like this, you see those shining times, and especially like you had talked about, so much of that duo energy from SOFM and Angel in the mid lane. I do want to turn the conversation, though, looking forward for Weibo Gaming, because we did say, you know, trying to solidify themselves in the upper echelon here in the playoff run of summer. And you look at their next matches, right? Coming off of this 2-0 victory, they'll go on to face LGD, which should be a victory in the on paper at least. But then they go against JDG, FPX back-to-back. Those are very tough matches for them to come through. And then they finish out the season against LNG.
Yeah, and LNG, I was very critical of LNG. They have started to look a bit better, I will say. As much as they got 2-0'd by V5, they at least put up some contest in it. You know, they beat Ultra Prime earlier. I'm not convinced by LNG, don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here and saying, like, LNG are some, like, super strong team. And to be fair, Panda C did look pretty rough recently. But what I will say is I think, you know, as you said, those last 3 matches are teams who could potentially give a challenge to Weibo. But I think in their current form, I can see them beating definitely FPX, almost definitely LNG. JDG, maybe. I think in current form, that's a maybe. I could see it happening, but I think that'll be that toughest one. But yeah, now on 8 wins, Weibo, we talk about 8 as the magic number. It doesn't mean they're locked in the playoffs. 10 wins is at the moment to be locked in. But, you know, having 8 wins definitely puts you in a pretty good spot, especially as the split plays out. We'll see more and more, like, the amount of wins you need to lock in the playoffs will start to drop, probably to 9 if you give it like a couple of weeks. But for now, really solid one. And we do have our MVP, which is going to be SFM, which I think is much deserved. Angel had a fantastic game, don't get me wrong, but he was really fed by SFM. SFM was the one who put the pain onto Cream.
It was a lot of pain as well. And it was just not stopping from getting his flash and then just constantly returning to mid lane. Well, I'm sure we'll see it in the replays over and over and over again. And this wasn't even the first one. This isn't even how it all started. This was later on as the return.
Yeah, Cream, I think he just needs to just go to bed after this one. Just like, right, guys, I'm going to bed. I'm done. I'm not playing League of Legends again for the rest of the night. See you tomorrow. Not a fun one. Not a fun one. We've all had games like this in solo queue where you're just getting camped and bullied, and it's horrible. But SFM, credit to him, he knew exactly what he needed to do to win, and he just didn't give any rep breathe over. I love this play that we're seeing unfold in front of us, where Weibo were like, we are in a strong spot. Let's take everything.
I will say, just again, looking at like where their win conditions lie and then how they played to it was so impressive to me. Also, just a little side note, obviously the game 1 stats helped him a lot. How does anybody catch the Shy at this point in stats? Like, I feel like he's just so far ahead and above everybody else in top lane. It's so interesting, and that's going to be a crucial point for Weibo moving forward, right? To figure out how to play around this top lane, the oppression that we've seen the Shy put down, but also find some variability in their play. Find other ways to get wins, because when you get to playoffs, when you get to those best ofs, these kinds of moments where you're just using your pure skill gap to win the game, it doesn't necessarily work out for you every time.
Yeah, I mean, there's still question marks. Don't get me wrong. As much as I'm praising Weibo, this is not like a super refined team. Yeah. There is still going to be question marks. On definitely didn't have the best series himself. There was some moments where he was caught out, but either way, Weibo's looking better, and good timing, right? Coming into playoffs.
Yep,
at least in a couple of weeks.
Speaking of good timing, we got to look at today's results, as we did have a quick day comparatively to yesterday. We kicked it all off with a nice little birthday present for the jungler of TES with a 2-0 victory, celebrating Tien's birthday today, 22 years old. And, putting Ultra Prime a little bit further down in their desperation of the season. Then our second series, Weibo Gaming. I don't even know other words to say, but destroyed OMG. Yeah, I mean, they were doing some serious positive gaming, and it's a 2-0 victory over OMG. And then we look at the standings here, and top teams staying at the top, and we still have a lot of that indecision around the middle of the standings.
Yeah, top Esports locking first, continuing that big win streak, which is setting up for a banger when they face V5 in week 10. Yeah. We also have Weibo, gaining ground. Weibo and RNG both on 8 wins now in a good spot. Whereas obviously OMG now on the edge on that 10th place spot. Remember, top 10 will go to playoffs. And Ultra Prime with 8 losses now. We talk about 8 being that magic number. You kind of need to win every match from here on out if you want to keep yourself in a good spot. So definitely not ideal for them. But yeah, that is kind of where we are leaving it at today in terms of the standings. And personally, as a Wayward fan and as a top esports fan, I am pretty happy.
Pretty A-okay. But we are kicking off week 8 tomorrow in the LPL Summer Split. It will be kicking off with RA versus RNG. Obviously, opposite sides of the standings in that first matchup, and a little bit of closer to the standings, but at the bottom, FPX versus TT. Still trying to vie for those top 10 spots.
And I will say, RA, one of the teams who took out RNG late in spring, 2-0'd them. I remember Strive picking the victor into Shahu's Corki and dominating him. So could be an interesting rematch to see how that one goes down this time. And then that second one, I don't think I have to sell how important this one is. FPX are 9th, Thunder Talk are 11th. This series could literally be the difference between, Thunder Talk making the playoffs or, FPX getting knocked out when it is that close. Really impactful. So I think that second series is definitely going to be a banger and something you should tune into.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited to get week 8 under wraps and ready to go. But that is it from us here tonight, and that is it from week number 7. Ox, I'm just going to say that's it for our regular season cast. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you, man. It's been so awesome to see your growth, and I can't wait to see what happens in playoffs. But for everyone, it's a quick night. I don't know what to send you off to do now after this one, but it was a fun one indeed in 4 quick games. Thank you to production for making us look all so good on screen, and to the audience for tuning in. It's always a pleasure to put on these games for you all. So thank you all. We'll see you right back, same time, same place tomorrow for more LPL.
Bye.